Yeah, welcome to the Android Security Symposium, the third edition of the Android Security Symposium. My name is Michael Roland. I'm with the Institute of Networks and Security here at Johannes Kepler University Linz.
I'm René Mayrhofer. I'm head of the Institute of Networks and Security here at the beautiful Johannes Kepler University of Linz, which unfortunately we were unable to show you in person.
Yeah, and this also brings us to our first kind of set of premieres today. It's our first virtual instance of the Android Security Symposium, and it's also the first virtual instance of a conference we are hosting here, and hopefully it works out all well. Yeah, the conference will be publicly live streamed on YouTube. The talks will also be recorded and will become available afterwards, and the YouTube stream should be back playable, hopefully, if everything works all right. Yeah, besides the YouTube stream, we also have the possibility for you to join into the Zoom meeting, to join us live, to have the interactive instance of this conference. You also have a MetaMost instance where you can have textual chat, and you can use both the textual chat channel and also the Zoom meeting for questions after each presentation. Yeah, for us here, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We tried hard to find a time slot that works well in Europe, as well as in North America and parts of Western Asia mainly, and hope that it suits well for most of us. Yeah, we will have 2 talks, 2 days of interesting talks and keynotes. But before we come to the program selection, I would also like to highlight a bit about statistics of participants, or about registered participants. In total, we had to close registration when we reached our internal hard limit of 286 registered participants. What we saw this year is really nice. Compared to the last years, we had a share across many different countries. In the last years, we always had, of course, a high peak from Austria, where the conference is located. This year, Austria is only on spot number 2. The US won with 17% of the overall registered participants. Yeah, and we have registered participants this year from 40 different countries, which is very impressive to me, which means we did a lot of good work in the past, and also our speakers did very well in the past, so the event seems to be well received for us. Yeah, coming to the program selection, this year it was the first time that we had a broad open call for talks, where we invited speakers to send us, to give us submissions about what they, speaking proposals, what they want to speak. And also, as in the past years, we had a certain set of speakers in mind ourselves, who we directly invited. Yeah, and overall, from the call, we received 14 talk proposals, of which we unfortunately could only accept 5. The reason why we accepted 5 is that we had 5 invited speakers in mind and wanted to have a roughly equal share between the invited talks and the accepted speaking proposals.
And please, at this point, accept our apologies that we did not initially accept more talks. There were a number of excellent proposals in there that we would have liked to see as talks, but the venue that we had planned for the in-person event initially only gave us 2 days availability. So that actually defined the maximum of the program that we had. Well, Hindsight is always perfect. Hindsight is always 2020. If we had known that we would have gone virtual, we could have extended the program. But unfortunately, as events developed, we decided not to, in the middle of the organization, extend the program. For a potential next instance of this symposium, if we design it to be virtual, the program selection process will, of course, be slightly different.
Yeah, again, we should mention that all presentations will be recorded and will become available on our YouTube channel afterwards. So if our selection of time slots doesn't fit too well for you, you have the chance to see the presentations afterwards.
What we definitely want to say is a big thank you to all of you. So this is really making it very explicit that none of the speakers receive anything for their time, for their generosity with their experience that they are presenting us with. There is no sponsorship or anything involved with this symposium. So really a big virtual round of applause to all the speakers. Thanks so much for doing this. Thank you so much for helping us put together an exciting program. There are just a few minor ground rules for this event that I would like to go through. It is a symposium, it's not a journal, so please use the live setting that we have, the live setting in this virtual Zoom meeting, the live virtual conference venue that we have in terms of the MetaMost chat system that is set up to interact with each other. But on the other hand, we will not tolerate any abusive behavior. Please also do not share material that you think others may find offensive. On the other hand, please do assume good intent of all other participants. So if you see something that might be offensive to yourself, it might not be meant that way. It might come from a different culture, it might come from a different context. So please do not over-criticize, do not rant or call others out. Let us all remain constructive in questions and the feedback that we give. Please, everybody, feel free to share the live streaming links, the live YouTube links with colleagues, or give them a shout out through any of the channels that you think for any interesting material that you see in this symposium that might be happening. As mentioned, all the talks will be recorded, all the talks will be available afterwards, so it will be possible for others who are not actively participating in the symposium to join later and to watch those recordings. On the other hand, please do not share the Zoom meeting ID and password as well as the MetaMost accounts widely at this time, because they are intended to be for a focused audience to really interact with each other, among each other. If there's anything that you think is missing, if anything's not working for you, or if you require special assistance, as speakers, as participants, please do not hesitate to reach out at any time through the MetaMost chat, through email, maybe even through telephone. We are reachable through many channels. Feel free to use them if there's anything that you think is not working. The symposium program, you will see, is structured in different sessions. I will not read through all the titles right now, but only mention that on our first day today, we will have 3 sessions. The first one will have a slightly longer break until the second session because, unfortunately, the planned keynote for today had to be cancelled on short notice because of a potential conflict of interest that only recently came up. For this reason, most of the other program was actually moved forward so that after the second break, after the third session, we will close a little bit earlier today than we had initially anticipated in the program. Now, again, thanks all of you for participating. Also a big hello to everybody who is in the YouTube stream and not on our Zoom meeting. We don't know if you have any questions, so please send them via email or other channels if there's anything wrong with the YouTube stream. Nonetheless, a big hello to all of you. I hope this is an enjoyable version of watching the symposium, even if you're not directly in the loop with all the other channels. Now, without much further ado, I would like to open our first session and with that hand over to our session chair for today, Mr. Erik Sonnleitner from Fachhochschule Hagenberg, who will moderate the 3 following sessions and lead us through the rest of the day. Enjoy the conference and see you later in the Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, René. I hope everyone can hear me. So good day, everyone, and good morning to our colleagues in the US, and welcome to the 3rd Android Security Symposium. My name is Erik Sonnleitner. I may introduce myself. I currently hold a professorship in mobile computing at the University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria, and I'm head of security of our research group, Secure and Intelligent Mobile Systems. I'm very happy to moderate today's sessions, especially because we just had a power failure literally 5 minutes ago, but it all seems to be up and running again, I hope. And I'm very excited about the great speakers we are going to hear during the course of today's program. So the first session includes 2 talks. We just saw that before we take the first break. And the first talk is about the Android device security database, which is held by Daniel Thomas, Alastair Beresford, and René Mayrhofer. Alastair is an official fellow and director of studies in computer science at Queen's College. And he also is a professor for computer security at the University of Cambridge. Since 2019, he's the deputy head of the Department of Computer Science and Technology. He's researching on the security and privacy implications of large-scale networked computer systems, specifically mobile network devices like smartphones and tablets. René Mayrhofer is the head of the Institute of Networks and Security at Johannes Kepler University, JKU Linz since 2014. And he's also head of the Christian Doppler Laboratory for Private Digital Authentication in the Physical World. He was the head of the Android platform security team at Google until 2019 and is one of the general co-chairs of this wonderful symposium. And this talk will start with Daniel Thomas. Daniel is an assistant professor at the University of Strathclyde, UK. He's concerned with accurate and ethical measurement of security and cybercrime, and he also dedicated his dissertation to this topic in particular. And he's one of the main researchers behind AndroidVulnerabilities.org. So please, Daniel.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about AndroidDeviceSecurity.org, which is a new project aiming to provide a transparent database of Android security attributes. Oh, next slide. So there's a big team involved with this, and this is an open project. Other people can, but René's going to talk about later about how other people can get involved. So at JKU in Austria, we have René, Michael, Dominic, Catherine, and Tobias, who are all working on this. And then at the University of Cambridge, we have Alastair, Beresford, and Stan Zhang. And then I'm at the University of Strathclyde. And then there are various people at Google who are helping on this project, in particular, Billy Lau, who has written a lot of the code that we will talk about later, and analysis. Next slide. So what was our motivation? Why are we doing this project? Well, we want to reveal the security state of Android devices so that people can make a judgment when they're deciding whether to keep using a device or to buy a new device as to what they should do. We want to provide meaningful data so that organizations, when they're deciding what devices should their employees be allowed to use, or what devices to buy for their employees, to make it possible for them to choose in a meaningful way. So currently, you can look at what features a device has, does it have a good camera, and that kind of thing, but it's much more difficult to tell whether it's secure or not, or whether it's more secure or less secure than some other device. And that means that it's difficult for manufacturers to prioritize investing in improved security, because there's a cost of doing that, it takes engineering time, but you don't get anything that you can market very easily to customers who are then going to spend money on your device. So we're trying to provide an incentive for investment in improved security by making it visible in a way that people can make decisions based on. Next slide, please. So this is not the first time that we've tried to do something like this. So back in 2015, well, we published some work measuring the vulnerability of devices to known and critical vulnerabilities. So this is a vulnerability where if you are running as a running code in an app, then you can get to root or kernel mode. And we produced a score out of 10, which I'll describe later, evaluating different manufacturers or network operators or particular device models as to how good they were when it came to vulnerability. Now, at the time, people thought that Android security was bad with respect to vulnerabilities, and they were right. We found that many devices did do badly when we evaluated their exposure to known vulnerabilities. But we only measured vulnerability. We didn't look at all aspects of security, and this current project is much more holistic, looking at a lot of different factors that we didn't consider back in 2015. In particular, while we found that vulnerability was very high, most devices were exposed to known vulnerabilities most of the time, we didn't see exploitation. We didn't see all Android devices being in a botnet, though you might have expected that if you could do that, then that would have happened. But actually, there were other security factors in place, such as the Google Play Store, that were preventing these vulnerabilities from being exploited, even though they existed. And for various reasons, we should now be in a rather better place than we were then. There were improved security technologies in Android and better updates coming through. And I'm hoping to update the analysis from 2015 later this year, as I've got all the data for doing that now. And all the data on the vulnerabilities is on the androidvulnerabilities.org website that's listed down the bottom. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so how do we do this analysis? Well, we use data from the Device Analyzer project principally. This was an app that was deployed between 2011 and 2019, and we had over 30,000 contributors over that time who were volunteering with no real incentive to do so. And this gathered a wide range of data about how those devices were used and what software was running on them. So it included things like Wi-Fi usage or Bluetooth, number of text messages sent a day, and all these kinds of things. But in particular, for our purposes, it included the OS version that was running and the build number. So we could then look at what software was on the device, at least in theory, and we could break things down by manufacturer and device model, because that influences what updates and what vulnerabilities that apply, and also by network operator, because network operators can choose whether a update reaches a device or not. And then we could combine this, what software is running on a particular device on a particular day, with the known vulnerabilities that affected devices running that particular version of Android on that day. Oh, next slide, please. So by combining these two sources of data, the vulnerabilities from the androidvulnerabilities.org website, which were in 2015 hand gathered by mining all sorts of forums and blog posts and so on. And with this, what devices are running what software information from Device Analyzer, we could say on a particular day which devices were vulnerable. That is, there was a known critical vulnerability that affected that version of Android that device was running, and it definitely had not received an update since that vulnerability was discovered, and therefore it could not possibly contain a fix. And then there's a second category, maybe invulnerable, where there may have been a back-ported fix for a vulnerability because a vulnerability existed that affected that version of Android, but we can't tell whether or not a patch had been deployed because of the build number information doesn't tell us what code's running, only that we first saw this particular build after the vulnerability was discovered, so it could contain a fix or not. And then this third category of invulnerable, which is when a device is running a version of Android which on that particular day, there were no known vulnerabilities affecting that version of Android. And next slide, please. So from this, we can then plot this graph, which you might have seen before. And this shows in red, this vulnerable proportion of devices running versions of Android with known vulnerabilities on that day. And then in yellow, we have this maybe invulnerable, which is when we don't really know because we don't have good enough data about exactly what software is running. And then green, when everything is okay. And 70% of the time it's bad, 11% of the time it's good, and 20% of the time we don't know. So there were lots of vulnerabilities in this period. Since then, Google started publishing in much more detail what vulnerabilities affected Android. So from end of 2015, there's much better data available in a standard format, which is really helpful, but it means that if you just do this analysis in exactly the same way, it looks a whole lot worse. And that's just because we have better data. So it's not comparable. And the other thing that's not comparable is different versions of this graph. So if you draw this graph for one manufacturer and draw the same graph for another manufacturer, it looks a little bit different. But it's difficult to sort of stick graphs on different devices on their advertising marketing pages and say, look, they're slightly different shapes. Maybe you should buy one with a different curve. So we wanted to produce a score out of 10. So we have the next slide, please. So we developed the thumb score to measure the vulnerability of Android devices. And this is composed of 3 metrics with weights attached so that we get a score out of 10 because 10 is a nice round number. The 3 components are F, the proportion free from known vulnerabilities. So a proportion of time devices don't have any known vulnerabilities that affect them. U, the proportion updated to the latest version of Android. So if a manufacturer has 3 device models in circulation, and one of them is running a later version of Android and then the other 2, then the proportion of devices that are running the other 2 that are running older versions is then deducted from the overall proportion, so that for a manufacturer to get the top score on U, all of their devices need to be running the same version of Android. Doesn't necessarily need to be the latest version of Android they could be running, in theory, just the latest version that they're giving to anyone. So this means that if they leave anyone behind, they have to leave everyone behind, and therefore they have this kind of marketing cost to that, because then people who are buying new devices can see that they're getting an old thing. And this is trying to push people towards shipping the latest version, because the latest version usually has better security features and also fixes for vulnerabilities. And then the third component, M, the mean number of unfixed vulnerabilities. So F, if you have one critical vulnerability, then that hits your F score. But M captures the fact that some devices had 7 or 15 known critical vulnerabilities affecting them on a particular day because they just never shipped any updates at all. And so M gets worse, the worse things get. But because it's an unbounded number, we end up with this funky exponential thing at the end. And then they're all weighted up together to end up with a score out of 10. Though if you change the scores a little bit, then the weight is a bit, it doesn't make too much difference. Go to the next slide, please. So from this, we can then compare the different manufacturers. So at the time, we found that Nexus devices got the best score if we categorized them separately from other things. This is before Pixel devices existed. Then LG came next, and that's because most of the LG devices in our dataset were Nexus devices. And then Motorola, Samsung, and then down the bottom, you've got these 3 at the bottom you might not have heard of. They were big in Bangladesh, and we had a bunch of data from Bangladesh. And you don't see Huawei on here because they weren't big enough in 2015 to feature heavily enough in our dataset. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Alastair, who's going to talk about our current work.
Hello. So yes, that was some previous work we did in this space, looking at the sort of platform operating system security. The current thing we're looking at is pre-installed apps. So these have been in the news this last couple of years, as you've seen on the slides here. And there are a variety of different reasons why pre-installed apps are particularly problematic. So the first is, of course, that the apps ship on every handset and that they are not possible to remove, but also that they can have some elevated permissions through platform signed apps, as well as pre-approved acceptance of dangerous permissions. And so those kinds of issues have raised questions about whether pre-installed apps are being properly managed by manufacturers and the ecosystem as a whole. Next slide. So what do we want to try and do? We're interested in trying to increase the transparency and accountability of pre-installed apps in this space. And so as part of that mission, then we'd like to develop some kind of app risk score, taking into account factors such as whether apps are platform signed, whether they're pre-approved dangerous permissions, and so on. And those those risk factors then need to be kind of factored together to give us an overall device risk rating. And we'd like that ideally to be something that is comparable between different models and manufacturers. And so to do that, we need some way of calculating this device risk against some common baseline to allow that comparability to happen. And whilst taking in these factors, we'd like to try and summarize that data in a way which is allows consumers to interpret and understand whether device A or device B has more or less risk when it comes to pre-installed apps, perhaps alongside other risk metrics which you might try and factor in, such as the previous work that Daniel talked about. So we need some kind of risk scoring methodology that is simple for users, consumer organizations, tech journalists, as well as experts to understand. That is repeatable and also ideally is peer reviewed. So that means that everyone listening, of course, would like your input and feedback on what sorts of things about pre-installed apps we ought to investigate and look at, as well as in the broader landscape of Android security, what other areas are important that we ought to factor into perhaps an overall device risk ranking at a larger scale as well. Next slide. One of the problems that we had with the thumb score was how to interpret it. And the challenge was, did the score start from 0 or 1? Did it stop at 10? And so on. And so just to get us thinking a little bit about different scoring difficulties, here are a few examples. So this is how white goods in Europe are ranked. So this is a Bosch washing machine that you can currently buy in the UK. And here there is an energy label here with the letters, well, originally designed A through G, but you can see the scale is sort of run out of expressive power. And so now we have to rank washing machines as A+++, which is a curious mix of sort of a letter grade and numeric value. So ideally, when we design scores, if we're going to go for a closed set of possible values, we'd like to make sure that we don't have to sort of extend the range or the scale in some arbitrary way in the future. The benefits of letter scales are they kind of, I guess, mimic grade scales that many people see in schools. There's a general sense in which A is better than G, and they're relatively good in terms of being language agnostic, at least for most of Europe and other areas of the world, but of course not universally so. Next slide. We could continue with the idea of numbers, but as I've said, one of the challenges there is about, does the scale go from 0 to 10, or in the case of Spinal Tap, up to 11? Or in fact, is it a percentage? Is 1 the best or 10 the best? Is 6 twice as good as a rating of 3? And so on. So these are also challenging issues that need to be looked at from a human factors perspective. Next slide. And then finally, there's star ratings. So these are also commonly seen. You can see these on the Google Play Store or on Amazon when you're buying goods on Amazon and other large retail outlets. These are nice in the sense that they are universal. They don't require a particular language. They don't have to be translated. But the challenge is often these are associated with sort of subjective user opinions as opposed to transparent, methodological, and robust scores. So that makes stars less exciting or potentially usable as a way of conveying information about risk. Next slide. So initially, we've sort of put the scores question to one side, but if people have ideas or thoughts on how we should do the scoring or summarization, please do let us know. At the moment, we're just looking at what other actual interesting, important, security relevant metrics we might actually pick. And we're hoping we're going to revisit this question of what the score should look like in the future. So we want one that is robust. So as Daniel was explaining with the FUM score or FUM metric, we wanted metrics there that were not easily gamed. So in this context, for example, if we were just counting up the number of APKs that are platform signed on an Android distribution, this is something that could potentially be gamed because a manufacturer could just pack what were originally multiple different applications inside a single APK. And they would get a better score, but that wouldn't necessarily really result in better overall system security. Indeed, it might be slightly worse because now we don't have privilege separation between different apps. We also want any score to be robust to measurement error, so that's another factor that needs to be taken into account. We also want the measure to be objective and aligned with measured risk, rather than just a sort of personal perspective. So rather than saying, everyone should change their passwords every 2 weeks, we want something based on not just perceived risk or personal perspective, but on measured risk for the user. We also like the score to be meaningful. So, of course, a better score implying better security, but as importantly, that scores are comparative across models and across manufacturers, and ideally also across both devices from last year versus devices released this year, or scores calculated from last year versus scores calculated this year. So one eventual goal is looking at a score for the IOXT standard. And so that's a sort of medium-term goal that we're kind of trying to work towards there. Next slide. So what are our current kind of next steps? So we're looking at 3 particular areas of concern for pre-installed apps. So we're looking first of all at platform sign-apps, how many there are on the platform. We're looking at privileged or pre-granted permissions for given apps that are installed on the system image, and also apps that send and receive clear text traffic on the basis that these are potentially security and privacy issues. So fairly soon, we're hoping that we'll be able to publish an open source tool which collects this preloaded app risk data, so we can then be transparent and accountable about the measures we're using, and of course write up a paper and provide some analysis of that, and then turn our hand towards trying to address this issue about how to turn those raw measurement numbers into something that could be a score. And the IOXT certification profile is one area that we want to look at, but we're also interested in this general question about how to present meaningful data to the end user in a more broad sense too. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to hand over now to René to finish off the talk. René.
Thank you, Alastair. So building upon the history that has already gone into measuring a lot of the data, we have decided to focus for the time being on 2 sources of such data for security relevant attributes on Android devices. The first is simply publicly available data, anything that is already published, that is, for example, in documentation from manufacturers, that is listed on support pages, that are publicly made, publicly published commitments or promises by OEMs, or that just includes data that is known from device releases, etc. We are currently in the process of combining this with data that is collected from a set of devices that are running in a dedicated security test lab or multiple test labs in the future. At the moment, we have 20 devices at JKU Linz, at Johannes Kepler University Linz. There are 10 plus devices running at Google in different versions, and we are looking into setting up a third lab at the University of Cambridge in the future. As Alastair already mentioned, the source code for the tools that we currently use for data collection, especially including how we collect the preloaded apps, how we decide if an app is actually preloaded on the image versus has been installed by the user and so on, which is tricky in depth, will be released as open source very soon. And we explicitly ask for additional partners, additional contributions to that source code to collect more attributes. How does that look like right now? As you can see, this is really ongoing work. So we have those 20 devices up and running, but they're not yet in a setup that is physically as nice as we'd like it to have. Those 20 devices have been selected from a wide range of different categories, from low end to high end, from different OEMs, but typically based on either noticeable market share within Europe or otherwise some interesting properties of a particular device that made us integrate it into our set. We were looking for devices that are running either Android 9 or 10, with one exception, the set that we have, and that are typically just have been released in 2017 or later. We have two exceptions there because of still significant market share within Europe. What we are currently doing here in the test lab is querying some of those security attributes either directly through ADB shell when possible, or using a permissionless APK, a permissionless application that we push onto those devices, execute, and then pull back the data to access some of the APIs that are not directly accessible from ADB shell itself. Finally, we also have the possibility, you can see the nice tourist access point there in the back of the picture, to capture Wi-Fi traffic per device, including any multicast traffic and any randomization of the MAC addresses that might potentially happen there. So here we hope to extend to capturing additional security attributes in the future using this capability of really capturing every single byte that a device emanates as packets over the Wi-Fi. However, in the future, we would like to go another step forwards to get even broader data on the security status of devices in the field. And we intend to do that by collecting crowdsourced data with a dedicated app from devices in the field. As a motivation for end users to install such an app, this app intends to give recommendation on security status or security settings of the device, as well as allowing to compare the current device with other devices among different attributes. This app also intends to collect a set of anonymous security attributes, for example, the latest patch date as is seen directly in the field and is currently under development. Some of those attributes that I'm talking about that we are already collecting is, for example, the guaranteed patch availability as published by the OEM, the latest security patch level as is also visible in the Android settings, the latest Android release, but also some other security relevant factors like the multi-user support of a device, if it does seamless updates in the background without actually explicit user interaction, or which device encryption type is used, or some other more in-depth attributes like, for example, Keymaster Strongbox support. In the future, in the near future, actually, we plan to collect more attributes. As Alastair already introduced, one of the next steps will be looking at preloaded apps with system privileges. We can already count them, but as Alastair mentioned before, just counting those apps might not be either meaningful or robust. And this is why we haven't yet made this data available, because we're still trying to figure out how to make a meaningful feature out of that. Other software mitigations like kernel, user space, CFI or shadow call stack, integer overflow sanitization, etc., is also another area that we're looking at, as well as biometric sensors, false accept, false reject, spoof imposture, accept rates, etc., that we would like to get integrated into the database. The first line here is something that we initially wanted to have in the first set of attributes, the average patch frequency, like counting how many days it does take on average for a device to receive a security update, but we have excluded from the initial set as we are still trying to work out how to make this more robust. So that's another point that I expect to be available in the near to midterm when we have a better means to collect that in the wild. Now, to end our first presentation here, I would like to have two call to actions here. The first one is very simple, talk to us. If there are any other security attributes that you would like to see, please tell us. If there are any other devices that are either very meaningful in a specific use case, in a specific scenario, or that have specific interesting security properties that you think might be relevant for a public transparency database, please tell us. We may be able to acquire such devices and add them to our test labs. Or if you have those devices yourself, we can talk about integrating them into feeding into our virtual test lab. And of course, the quest for features that are robust, meaningful, and objective is always ongoing. So if you have any ideas on how to derive such features from the raw data that we are already collecting or might be collecting in the future, again, please talk to us. The second call to action is to really improve the ecosystem together. As a community here in this symposium, many of us have worked for many years on trying to strengthen the security posture of the Android ecosystem. While the first goal of our transparency database that we are doing here is to allow users to more easily make informed buying decisions for future devices, the second goal is explicitly to strengthen the Android ecosystem security posture using that effort, either by making those informed decisions into a market pressure that drives security features, that drives adherence to security best practices, patching, and so on, or to really allow OEMs themselves to grade themselves, to rate themselves, how they are doing, and maybe to make security a stronger competitive force than it is right now. So let's all do this together. Let's join efforts. We are in this consortium very open to including other interesting data, to including other partners, to further foster transparency and motivate all the stakeholders here to improve. Thanks a lot. All three of us are in the meeting and are now very happy to take any questions.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Thomas, Alastair, and René, for this interesting overview and your plans regarding Android device vulnerabilities. We are ready to start the Q&A session. So please feel free to ask questions. If you're following the symposium via Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature of the Zoom client and ask your question directly using audio when I call you up. You can also type your questions inside the Zoom chat, as well as the MetaMost instance, in which we have included a dedicated channel called Program Day 1 Q&A, from which I will try to read your questions from. So please don't be shy. So I guess the people are still typing. Maybe I start with the question. So I guess this goes out to Thomas. Do you think that unpatched vulnerabilities or legacy Android versions actually make people buy new devices? Is that a selling point for the average Android user? Is there any data on this?
I don't think that it's currently a thing that people have a good understanding of when they're buying devices, whether or not it's in security support. So sometimes this information is available. So you can, for example, with Pixel's devices, how long the security support will be available for is listed on the website. But I didn't check that before buying a Pixel device, so it went before I expected it to, because the information was available. I hadn't looked. I just assumed. So and I'd say that I'm unusually interested in security. So I think that if I'm not checking the publicly available information on security support, then probably other people aren't.
Okay.
I would like to add a small nuance to that. I fully agree with Daniel that for typical end users, it probably is not a criterion yet at this point. What this transparency database is trying to do as one of the goals is to make this data public and therefore allow, let's say, consumer reports agencies to include that kind of data easily into their buying recommendations. So as far as I'm aware, end users do read such reports. And we want to make it easier for those reports to include security data, because to be frank, at the moment, it's quite hard to have meaningful security attributes included. It's so much easier to just have the CPU speed and the screen size and the screen to body ratio and so on. Those are all metrics that are very easy to collect, that manufacturers make public already, but the security attributes are just not out there. If you don't go digging, you don't have them. So we are trying to make it a first step to get this into the pipeline of first getting to informed audience, consumer reports, and then getting to end users. The second part is that as far as I'm aware, governmental and other organizational customers who buy large batches of devices at once, they are already looking at support time windows. And IT departments are, of course, increasingly looking at the security posture of devices specifically for knowledge workers in big organizations. As far as I'm aware, there are even some regulations in governmental and in enterprise space, specifically in Europe, that are either policies within the organization or real law that some devices have to have a minimum usage period for sustainability reasons. And security does go into there. So there is a smaller set of buyers who I believe are already looking at that, but they're also having a hard time getting this data. All those we are trying to help with this effort.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. There has been a question in the MetaMost channel from Tibor Elias. He says that, René, your lab is truly impressive. And he's wondering how restarting of the devices is solved. So how does the lab know that a particular device has been restarted correctly and is in a state where it can be used for further analysis of vulnerabilities?
Thank you very much for that question. I'm trying to answer that on two levels. The academic answer is it is a very involved heuristic process. The practical is that if one of the devices doesn't restart, we go over 3 doors to the next office and check what's wrong. No, it's really a mix. We do have an automatic restart, just really cron jobs, ADB reboot. We can then check through ADB shell which status the devices are in. We can check which patch level they have and so on. However, we are still in the process of automating that. And quite honestly, the different OEMs do give us some different troubles. So they're just bypassing or entering the correct PIN code, which of course is the same for all devices, completely bypassing all security best practices, but just simply bypass or entering the correct PIN code on the device lock screens does tend to be slightly different for some OEM devices, meaning that a normal ADB reboot and waiting for it to come up and react through ADB again is not enough. to get the device into a fully functioning state, since most of them are actually using file-based encryption, FBE at this time, we have to enter the lock screen knowledge factor at least once to get them into the credential unlocked state. That works for most of the devices. We have 2 of them where it's not yet working every time. We are still tweaking our small shell and Python scripts to do that. However, I do fully expect that it will cause some ongoing maintenance, that occasionally devices might not restart properly and somebody will have to go there. We do have some rudimentary monitoring scripts in place to at least drop us an email if one of the devices is not in an expected state, and then we just go and look. That is also something that for extending our virtual test lab to other locations, we will expect that it will cost some, hopefully minor, but still some ongoing effort to keep it running.
Okay. Next question in the sequence is via Zoom from Blandel. Are there any comparative examples of what you are attempting in other ecosystems?
Alastair, do you want to comment on that maybe?
Well, I suppose we've given examples from a sort of energy perspective for white goods. What would other examples be?
So I guess that the IOXT standard is sort of trying to do something similar in that it's you certify against it, and there's some level of measurement that goes into that then is then visible to in a sort of consumer report setting. But that's not. I'm not sure how widely that's actually deployed yet. In that Android's almost ready to be included, but not quite yet. I don't know how many devices are included.
I mean, I guess there are other examples like Cyber Essentials in the UK, run by NCSC, which tries to look at whether businesses have got a secure kind of SME setup. Again, there's not kind of it's not heavily metric based, although in some of the advanced configurations, I think Cyber Essentials Plus is it called, there is some kind of pen testing component to it, which is, I suppose, a measured outcome.
Okay.
We could probably also mention the IOXT pledge, the IOXT Alliance that Alastair had in his slides as an effort that hasn't really taken off fully. And since we are both in a kind of early state together, we are coordinating and trying to align on the attributes that we are using here, that we are trying to publish.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have time for another question. This one is from William, and William asks, have you thought about building on something like Laurie Craner's privacy nutrition labels? He added a link to a lab which is called SciLab Usable Privacy and Security Laboratory. The acronym is CUPS, something most Unix users probably associate with something else. Can you tell us something about that? To be honest, I don't know anything about this label.
Sure, no, I know of this work. So, I mean, yes, that's another thing. I guess it's focused on privacy there, whereas we might want something broader. But yes, I think this sort of HCI question about how you actually present the data is really important. And Laurie Craner, along with a number of others that look at sort of security and usability, are exactly the kinds of kind of related work we need to turn to when looking at the scoring summaries. So yes, it's well worth having a look at some of that work. It's good.
Okay, thank you very much. So any other questions? We still do have like 3 minutes before the next talk is going to start. Okay, then. Well, should we wait 2 to 3 minutes, or are we ready to start the next talk?
I could add something. So at the University of Strathclyde, we have a policy of replacing all computers every 5 years, because they generally don't get supported for longer than that in terms of security updates for the BIOS and the firmware and so on. But I guess that's partly in the absence of a metric that tells you for sure whether a thing is secure. You just have to preemptively trash computers that work perfectly fine because they might not be getting security updates. So that's kind of motivation for making sure you have good data about are they really supported, because then you can keep using things for longer than you would otherwise be able to.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good idea, and I also think that this is not such a huge problem with regular computers or PCs. This is much more dramatic on mobile devices, of course. Okay, good. Then I guess we are going to continue with the next talk. So the next talk is from Gautam, Arvind, Pandian, and Vikas, Gupta, and it's called Perils of Running Apps in Android Virtual Containers. Gautam is from Thales Group and is a security researcher in the field of mobile applications, and in the past supervised development of applications dealing with very sensitive data in the banking and governmental sectors. Vikas Gupta is going to start this talk. He's a security researcher and penetration tester focusing on mobile applications. He's also one of the top contributors of the OWASP Mobile Security Testing Guide and involves himself a lot in reverse engineering, which can be a lot of fun. They were going to talk about the pitfalls of running application in Android virtual containers. And please welcome Vikas Gupta. Please enlighten us with your talk.
All right, so is my slides visible?
Your slides are perfectly visible, yes.
Okay, great. So firstly, thanks to the organizers for organizing this virtually. All right, so let's get started. So today's talk is about perils of running apps in Android virtual containers. And okay, let me get this full screen first. Okay, yeah. So the agenda for this presentation. So we'll start with an introduction, what Android virtual containers are. Then we'll talk about the use case and the current market status of these applications. We'll look into how we can attack an application running inside the virtual containers. Then we'll move on to how we can detect these virtual containers. We also have some recommendations for the developers to ensure security. And then we'll have some points for discussion and conclusion. So a quick word about us. So myself, Vikas Gupta, I've been working with Thales TIS India, and I have been actively contributing to OWASP MSTG, and I have interest in reverse engineering and obfuscation. Gautam? Your audio is not. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, I'm Gautam Arvind Pandian. I work as a security researcher and security architect at Thales DIS Singapore. My interests are towards crypto and the hardening of mobile applications.
Okay, thank you, Gautam. So let's get started. So what are Android virtual containers? So these are innovative application level virtualization frameworks. So you can relate that there is a host application, which is an Android application. And then this host application will be running multiple guest Android application inside it. One important thing to note is that these guest application does not require any explicit installation. Also, the added advantage is that you can have a second instance of any desired application running on your device. The guest app can act as the second instance. And we'll see in this presentation that when you run an application, a guest app inside virtual container, it kind of reduces the security overall. So to visualize over here, I have a parallel space app installed on my device, and you can see there are multiple apps installed inside the parallel space app. So these are the guest apps on the right-hand side. You can see I have 2 instances for an app called Ola and Uber, and that's basically the use case for such kind of virtual containers. So the first work, the most important work, was done and presented in Black Hat Asia 2017. They provided a very detailed description of how these Android virtual containers work. They also gave some examples about how it has been actively exploited by malwares. And they also proposed some ideas how to detect and kind of stop your app being used as by malwares, basically. One thing I would like to note is that we personally didn't find the use of the term Android plugin slightly confusing and not descriptive enough. So in this slide, we use the terminology virtual container. Okay, so some of the apps which are available on Google Play Store, and where can I get one? So 2 important projects are Virtual App and Android plugin. They are available on GitHub. They are open source, so you can always go and build your own applications, virtual containers. Then the most famous one is Parallel Space app, which is having more than 100 million downloads. Then there are other applications as well, which are pretty famous. And you can see from the number of times they are downloaded that for sure there are easily millions of users using this kind of environments. Another case is OEMs providing a way to run multiple instances of application. One such case is OnePlus devices. It's important to note that OnePlus devices are not using virtual container approach. Instead, they create a new Android device internally, and then they run the second instance of these apps in the context of this new Android user. So some of these applications which are supported by OnePlus devices are messaging apps like WhatsApp, ride-hailing apps, digital payment apps, and they have a huge list of Chinese apps. So overall, there are 56 hard-coded applications inside the OnePlus devices which are supported. Another vendor supporting this is Xiaomi, and they market it as dual apps on their platform. So it obviously raises a question, is there a really need to running multiple instances of an app? So in our research, we find that for sure there is a need, especially given that the prevalence of dual SIM devices now. So every user predominantly have dual SIM devices these days, especially in Asian countries, and which kind of makes a need to have 2 accounts, 1 account associated with each mobile number. For example, I want to have 2 WhatsApp accounts or maybe 2 e-commerce accounts to get different kind of deals. Some accounts have different deals. Another need is to have a separate personal and business applications on one device. Another case is to run games, which is very helpful when you want to tinker with the games and you don't want to root your device. So there are already tools available which can help you if you have the games installed inside the virtual containers. So a quick understanding how these virtual containers work. So these virtual containers are using technologies like Java Dynamic Proxy API and Reflection to create a virtual environment on top of and transparent to the Android framework. Using these technologies, you can kind of hook into the APIs and regulate the life cycle of the application, of the components. Another important thing is that you
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Maybe you muted your microphone.
Maybe I think he has some network problems.
We cannot hear. Disconnected from his side.
Okay, there seems to be a problem. Okay, just a minute, we try to resolve that.
Okay, can you hear me? It seems the Murphy law has hit me.
Yes, we hear and see you again.
Okay, all right. Let me try to present again then.
Okay, please.
Yeah. Okay, sorry for that. So starting again. So I have a diagrammatic representation how virtual containers work. So over here, you can see that I have 3 guest applications, app 1, app 2, app 3, and all the various calls for these guest applications will be going through proxy hooks, which was implemented using reflection and other Java techniques. You can note that all these calls will be going via host app, and then the host app will be interacting with the Android framework. So for the Android framework, the presence of guest app is totally transparent. In fact, it doesn't even know about their presence. Okay, just to summarize, so 3 important things with these virtual containers is one is the shared UID. We'll be talking a lot about this in detail as well, but all the guest apps installed inside the virtual container tend to share the same UID. It has various implications. And then secondly, for the management of the permissions and various stub components and the various application components which are there, for the guest apps, it's kind of the host app predefines them, and then they try to use these predefined components. Similarly, the host app takes care for the component lifecycle management, whether it is the services or broadcast receivers or other Android components which are there. I highly recommend that if you want to really understand the detailed workings, to check out the Black Hat paper, although we don't need to understand all the details for this particular presentation. Okay, so now just a quick refresher of one important information that in Android, whenever an application is installed, it gets a unique user ID, and it also is assigned a directory owned by the application. This uniqueness of the UID, which is assigned to the application, is responsible or which is used a lot for various security mechanisms. And yeah, we'll discuss them pretty soon. Okay, so if we look at the Android documentation, there are 6 core points which are listed, which talk about the various core security offered by Android. And if we go through them one by one, we'll see that out of the 6, 4 of them are really not applicable in case of a guest application or an application running inside the virtual container. The 2 points which are not broken by these virtual containers are way below their abstraction layer, like presence of ASLR or DLmalloc or Kellogg kind of functionalities. And similarly, the encryption of the file system. So there are many mechanisms in Android which are dependent on the UID. For example, application permissions, key store, Android ID. Some other Android security mechanisms which are broken is unauthorized access to the other guest app sandbox data. A guest app can get the listing of the other running guest apps or even the installed apps. So let's have a look on each of these attacks one by one. First is the Android manifest permissions. So the problem is that the guest apps are not really installed in the virtual container. And because of which the manifest file is not really processed. So whatever permissions a guest application requires, the host application or the virtual container kind of need to pre-guess it. So what they do is they blankly ask for all the permissions which can be possible. So in case of Droid plugin application, 141 permissions are present in the manifest file. So once an application or once this one permission is granted, it will be available for all the guest applications. So this raises a major privacy concern. And also, let's say if one guest application which primarily needed this particular permission is deleted or no more used, still the other application will be having access to this permission. So this is a major privacy concern in terms of overall various guest application installed inside the virtual container. Another privacy concern is with the listing of the various other applications inside the virtual container. For example, you see the screenshot on the top. I'm listing various installed applications inside the virtual container. And in the bottom screenshot, you can see various running applications at the given point of time in the virtual container. From API 22 onwards in Android, such kind of listing of running apps was disabled, but yeah, inside the virtual container, it is still available. Another example is the sandboxing of the app data. So over here, you can see that on the left-hand side, the apps which are running inside the virtual container can access the sandbox data of each other application. We'll try to demonstrate the implications using a demo as well. But before that, a quick intro about the Android key store. So I think most of us already know that Android key store is a secure system level credential storage. In modern Android devices, it is hardware backed, and previously it was implemented in software as well. And the overall security of the Android key store again depends on the UID of the application. So to understand it diagrammatically over here, I have a virtual container application with 3 guest apps, and one key associated with each app inside the Android key store. And you can see that each key will be accessible from the other guest application. So basically, there is no segregation of these keys. Such kind of vulnerabilities were there previously. Like in 2014, there was a vulnerability of key leakage between the security domains, which was fixed in Android. But then these kind of things are still available in virtual containers. So on the demonstration part, so we took up an application called AndOTP. It's a 2FA application for generating TOTP and HOTP tokens. Yeah, we are using this application. The application inherently does not have any vulnerability, but when we look into this demo, we will realize that how a vulnerability can be introduced when we are using an application inside the virtual container. A quick idea about what we are really looking at in this AndOTP application. So this AndOTP application provides a functionality where you can encrypt the data backup. So you have the OTP seeds and other related information, critical information, which is needed to generate the OTP information. So you have an AES key K, which is generated using the user provided generated in the diagrammatically that malware is present inside the virtual container. It will have the
Vikas, we can't hear you clearly.
There seems to be a problem with your internet connection. May this be the case? Okay, once again, we try to resolve that issue. Please stand by.
All right. Has to be the and then
Okay, because I'm sorry to tell you, it still doesn't work. We don't yet see or hear you.
Okay.
am I audible? Hello?
Oh, yes, that looks much better.
Yeah, this is horrible. I'm really sorry about it. I have no idea why it's happening now. Okay, anyways, I'm almost done, and then I can hand over to Gautam. So let me just quickly share the video. So I have a small demonstration about how I attack the AndOTP.
Sorry, could you possibly go back 1 or 2 slides, because
okay, sure,
there was a short time frame where we weren't sure if it will work again?
Okay, let me try it. Yeah. Okay, so I was over here where talking about that if a malware is present inside the virtual container, it can get access to the RSA key pair, which is generated by AND OTP application for backing up the data. And it will also have the access to the OTP key and the secret data, the two files which are backing up the information. Okay, moving to the demo. So over here, I have this virtual container, which I have multiple application installed. I'll be attacking an OTP application. So I have the AND OTP working here. I'm entering the user. And over here, you can see that A31. Okay, now I have another malware application, which will be attacking this. And you can see that I am able to generate the same OTP over here.
Okay, because once again, you were cut off. I think we don't hear audio. We do see the screen, but we don't hear audio.
Okay. Okay, I think Vikas has some network issues.
Yes, I guess so.
Okay, so I'm the next speaker, so I can maybe take over.
Yeah, perfect. This seems to work. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you're seeing my screen, right?
Yes, we see your screen, yes.
Okay. So to just reiterate what Vikas was mentioning, so he was mentioning that if a malware is present in the same container as AND OTP application, so the malware can actually access the RSA key, which is inside the key store, and using the RSA key pair, he will be able to decrypt the OTP seed itself. So once you have the OTP seed, which is the primary asset, then the malware can actually generate OTP at will. So this is the point which we were trying to show in this demo. Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It seems that your screen is frozen.
Okay.
You try to make it full screen and then it just seemed to be frozen. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, I think the very same thing happened. It simply did not switch to full screen.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Once you started full screen, it freezes.
Okay. Let me keep it like this. Is it fine?
Yeah, that's perfect. We can read it well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay. So the next part of the talk is about the pen testing environment. So generally, virtual container can actually provide a good pen testing environment. So when we researched into this virtual containers, we wanted to check what are the attacks possible from a host application onto a guest application. So while researching that, we found that besides permissions and other attacks, so we found 4 more attacks that is actually possible that can be used to attack a guest application. And we also realized that these virtual containers provide a good pen testing environment because it provides a root-like environment on one side. And the next good thing is it avoids the need for patching or re-signing or recompiling a guest application while doing a pen test. So if you see in a normal scenario, right? So you can see this when you do a decompilation of an application. So you will get something like when APK tool may fail at some times also. So this is this kind of things is not really going to be a hindrance for a pen tester when he is actually executing a guest application inside a modified virtual container. And in fact, many runtime application self-protection mechanisms, which is incorporated in the applications, can be bypassed in such environment. So I'll be talking about 4 different attacks that is possible from a host application onto a guest application. The first one is about the debuggable property of the host application. Normally, all the Play Store applications are not debuggable by default. So generally, one has to decompile it, patch the manifest file, and recompile it, and then use it. So, but in the case of virtual containers, if what we found is if the host is debuggable, then all the guest apps become debuggable too. So once it is debuggable, then you can actually attach Android debuggers to the guest apps. And also we found that ptrace can be attached between guest apps and also from the host app to the guest app and vice versa. So there is no additional step needed for any recompilation or resigning is required on the guest application. So without tampering an application, you can actually make an app debuggable. The next attack, okay, so this is about, so this is just a snapshot about how on a virtual container, the 5 different applications which is downloaded from the Play Store appears here. And by default, we built the virtual application as a debuggable. So all the other applications inside the container becomes debuggable too. So you can possibly attach a debugger to any of these applications. The next attack is about network security configuration. Since Android 7.0, we see that apps can customize their own network security settings. Normally, you can have a user installed TLS certificates and also a custom certificates which an application believes that can be part of the network security configurations. So this makes sure that if certain CA certificates are not, like a self-signed certificates are not available on the device, it is possible to include as part of the application itself so that that specific application can actually trust that self-signed certificate or any user install certificate. So what we see here is when the host application is built with a network security configuration. So this particular property is inherited by all the guest applications as well. So once it is, once all the guest apps get the same set of configurations, then it is easier to perform man-in-the-middle attacks on all these kind of guest apps inside the container. The third interesting attack is about the Java security provider. So we have JCA APIs provided by the system. So for all kinds of crypto operations and keystore operations, applications generally use these APIs. When executing inside a container, and if the host application has the flexibility to add a malicious security provider at number 1. So when it does this, all the guest applications which actually depend on the default security provider or unassumingly will start using these crypto providers, and then their crypto will be kind of broken. So here we see that in this one of the as a proof of concept, actually what we have done is we took one virtual container and we took one of the security providers, something like Spongy Castle, and we patched that provider with some logs such that it prints the keys and as well as prints the output. So we inserted that at the number 1 and we tried the same AND OTP application. So when we use this application, you can see that when an OTP is generated, it uses a HMAC operation. So for the HMAC operation, the OTP seed is actually the key and the output will be the 32-byte value, of which a portion of that will be the OTP value. So this logs actually prints, in fact, the OTP seed itself and the OTP value. So once the OTP seed is leaked, then I think all the host apps can actually use it to generate OTP at will. The fourth attack is about having a flexibility to do a dynamic instrumentation on the container applications. So generally, this virtual apps preloads certain libraries as part of the guest applications. So we also found Frida as one of the very popular dynamic instrumentation tool, and we thought of inserting that into the guest apps and see whether it really works. So for this particular experiment, we took a Frida gadget, which generally works in a non-rooted device. Basically, it can be inserted into any application on a non-rooted device, and you can actually use the normal Frida scripts to reverse engineer or dynamically instrument the applications running. So the host applications here actually can inject a Frida gadget when the container application or the guest application starts to run. So at this point, we see that the Frida gadget is inserted into the process memory of the particular guest application, and you can freely instrument this particular guest application using Frida scripts. So to summarize all the attacks we talked about, so from Android manifest point of view, the permissions is one of the issues, which is generally a security concern, or it's more of a privacy concern for users rather than a security issue. The remaining things is mostly related to attacking an application. So let's say a debuggable property or network security configurations can be used to sniff the traffic or make a particular application debuggable inside a container. So as part of, there is another issues about you can actually list all the running guest applications inside a container. And this virtual container provides a root-like environment because you have access to all the sandbox data of all the guest applications. And the most important thing is about the Android key store. So with the Android key store, you can access keys which is generated by different guest apps, and any malware executing in the context of in the virtual container can actually use such keys to decrypt the data which is stored inside the sandbox itself. And the next thing is about the Java security providers we talked about, and the dynamic instrumentation of a guest app, which is also possible. So these are not exhaustive list. There can be many attacks possible. One minor thing which we wanted to tell about is Android ID. So Android ID is one of the, mainly it is used for anti-cloning purposes, but we see that even on latest Android devices, we see that it is same for all the guest applications, which is indeed a security concern. So given all these security implications, so we thought of providing mechanisms that can be used to detect such kind of virtual containers. The first thing is about safety net. So safety net, as you know, is a set of services and APIs which helps to know the device integrity, and this is generally used by security sensitive applications. What we saw that is inside the container, when a guest application calls a safety net API, the result is in fact it says the CTS profile match is false as well as the basic integrity is false. But this is also one good way to detect that you are running in a compromised environment. But not all virtual containers actually support this Google Play services, so which is kind of a negative point. So you can't completely rely on safety net alone when executing inside the container. So we are going to talk about 6 different detection mechanisms using heuristics. Here are manifest permissions, as we discussed earlier. The host application has a whole lot of permissions, and generally a guest application need not have all these permissions granted. So if a guest application checks what are the permissions granted versus what is actually asked for, So that difference is going to indicate that guest application is in fact running in a compromised environment. The second detection mechanism is about the storage directory. So normally on Android, you have a flexible common data paths like data and the package name. But inside the virtual container, it has a additional package name which is related to the host application itself. So you can see when the AND OTP storage directory, it includes the package name of a parallel space itself. So this is also an indication that you are running inside a virtual container. The third detection mechanism is about using a process memory. A container application, when it checks its own process memory, it usually can find only the libraries loaded by that particular application or the system libraries. But you see a whole lot of libraries or artifacts which is not related to that specific application. So using this also is one of the detection mechanisms. The fourth is about seeing the environmental variables. Generally, some of the containers have some proprietary namings for this environmental variables, so which is also a good indication that it is that you can understand that it is running inside some container. There is one more thing is LD preload. So normally a host application preloads certain libraries on the guest application. So you can find the path of the LD preload to be something suspicious, which is not related to this application. So this is also a good indication that that the application is running inside a virtual container. The fifth is one of the simplest things when you iterate through the running services of a particular application. Usually you will find the running services of your own application, but inside the container, you will see additional services which is run by the virtual container itself. So that can also be a good indicator of a virtual container. The sixth mechanism is about app components. Generally, you can declare some kind of a particular component, something like a broadcast receiver as enable is not enabled, like enable is equal to false, and dynamically enable them in the code. But this kind of operation doesn't really work inside a virtual container. Basically, this broadcast receiver cannot be enabled at all when you actually run inside a container. So this is also one of the indications that it is running inside a virtual container. So putting it all together, so we are releasing a Conbia library. So it is an open source library and it is available in this link, which you can see here. So it can detect the presence of virtual containers using the various the techniques which we discussed already. So one caution that it is actually not tested across many Android devices and it may have some rough edges. So be cautious about using it. So we ran this Conbia library on different popular container applications. And we found that process memory and storage directory seems to be more consistently able to detect all these containers. So you can really believe these mechanisms as one of the reliable detection mechanisms to be used to detect containers. So given all the security implications, so we have some recommendations for the developers. So at first, do not let your apps run inside a virtual container, because given the security implications we see already, so you may need to increase the cost of repacking your app as a malware. So also do not rely completely on the OS security. You should have your own mechanisms to encrypt data at rest. And for the network configurations, so to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks, you should have your own certificate pinning mechanisms. And if you are really security sensitive application, then you may need to think about having an additional layer of encryption or signing of network traffic. And for the crypto, again, don't rely on the default platform providers like what is available on the system. Rather, you can have your own provider, or you can use directly the crypto APIs provided by Bouncy Castle. So also there's another way that you can use explicit security providers like cipher.get instance with AES and putting a second parameter which is pointing to the explicit provider. So the recommendations are applicable as per the threat model which you have understood for your applications. And we are coming to the discussion and conclusion part. So here, generally, this users should be well informed about the security implications of this kind of application because of these virtual containers. So users should avoid, in fact, using these virtual containers for sensitive applications at least. We see that some OEMs are already supporting it, and if more and more OEMs start supporting such kind of running multiple instances of an app, it will be great. And more importantly, if it is implemented as part of the AOSP itself, it will be even more better. So given all these security implications, we are actually not able to reason why these virtual containers are actually allowed in the Play Store itself. So to conclude, so we see there is a need to run multiple instances of an app on a device. Virtual containers are in fact easy to use, and it solves a particular purpose, but we see that it abuses the Android security model. So we also see that there is a security and privacy concern for all the guest apps which is executing. And we saw that virtual containers can be used as a good pen testing environment. And we see that safety net and other heuristic mechanisms can be used to detect virtual containers. So our contribution in this talk is about documenting and demonstrating the different attacks. And we are also proposing different detection mechanisms and releasing the Convier library. So I will show you a very short demo. Are you able to see this thing?
Yes, we do see your screen and currently a virtualized Android.
Okay. So we developed the application which is called Convier. So this Convier is actually mimicking as if what a malware can actually do inside a container application. So whatever we discussed earlier about how normal guest applications can actually can do an attack on other applications. Here we have listed out most of the attacks which we discussed. So here is actually a list of applications which is actually present inside the container, and you can see a zip. So once you press this zip, you can actually have the data of that particular application exported to the SD card, or you can actually export it to a cloud service. The next thing is about seeing the list of running apps. You can see a whole lot of running apps, basically when especially these are all in fact running inside the guest application, inside the container. So you can see all the running guest applications inside this container. Next is about the key store thing. So we see that, so we can see all kinds of keys, even though this Convier app is actually haven't created any keys inside the key store, but it is all the keys of the key store is visible. And in fact, you can get to know what kind of key is it and what is the alias, what are the algorithms can be used with these keys. And finally, we also show the detection. So we are running inside a parallel space app. So you can actually see the different detection mechanisms which we showcased is actually detected when running inside the parallel space. Okay. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity, and we are looking forward for the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Gautam and Vikas, for your talk. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but I guess in the end, everyone was able to follow. We are ready for another Q&A session. Once again, you can either use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you follow using the Zoom client, or you can use MetaMost, the Program One Q&A channel. And we actually have a couple of questions already. I try to do them in order. The first one is from Thomas. He asks, do you know if there is a connection to Activity View which allows to start activities of other applications?
So for starting the activities, they tend to hook the activities which are called. I'm currently not 100% sure if you can start the activities on your own for the other applications. But for sure, when a user starts an activity, you can always hook, and basically it looks transparent to the Android framework.
Okay, thanks. Then we do have actually a couple of questions from Daniel Thomas. The first one, I just read it out loud. The first one is, he says, these attacks are interesting. Could you expand on the threat model? I'm not so clear on the relative danger of different attacks, as some require a malicious host and others only a malicious guest app. How is the host vulnerable to the guest? So it's about the threat model.
Yeah, okay, that's an interesting one. So yes, that is correct that for this threat model, you always require a host application, a malicious one. But then we have seen that there is a tendency for users to use these applications, and you need to believe on these providers that they don't do anything malicious. So firstly, we are depending on the end user that they know very well, like what security decision is to be taken. And if they're using these virtual containers, they don't install sensitive applications. So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect is that of a malware, that once this is installed as a malware, then they can always leverage. They can use the applications which are already installed on these devices to mimic like a real one. So yeah, that's mostly in terms of the threat model. Gautam, you have anything to add?
No, generally, actually, what we see is this containers actually act like a God mode kind of application. So normally, these kind of God mode applications are the general attack points for the malware. So generally, malwares try to attack such kind of applications so that they can gain all kinds of privileges within the virtual container. So typically, it is mostly whether virtual container can be a rogue application, or it can be or a application becomes rogue when it is put inside a virtual container.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question from Thomas is, would it be possible for container developers to improve their faking capabilities of being a real device to guest apps so that none of your heuristics actually work?
Yeah, it is very much possible. So it is like a cat and mouse game. I'm pretty sure if you're hell-bent, thing is open source, so you can always make it look like the container is not present at all. So I think many of us can relate it to routing of the Android device. Like Magisk hides it so well that you cannot even detect the presence of the root. So it's very much the same scenario.
Okay. One more question from Daniel. If you directly call Bouncy Castle, do you benefit from operating system security updates for the security providers, or do you have to ship updates for your application every time Bouncy Castle ships an update?
Yes, it's a good question actually. So with Bouncy Castle, because it is actually part of your application itself. So that means, so whenever there is a update on the Bouncy Castle, so you may need to actually update your application as well. Given all these things, actually, yeah, I agree that system security providers are up to date, but there are other pitfalls like when you are executing inside a virtual container. So you have to be really careful about Are you really using a system default security provider, or it is a patched provider? So if you are able to differentiate that, then it is good. If you are not, it is better to actually focus, you can have your own set of crypto providers.
Okay, thank you. So we have a bunch more questions, which is no problem because fortunately we are just waiting for the break. William writes into the chat, I wonder how much of the motivation for using these applications is a result of the difficulty of switching between user accounts in Android, similar to the chat heads problem, which is apps doing dangerous things. Android created a dedicated API. Possibly there is a way for Android to associate two user accounts in a way that this is more seamless in the UI.
Yeah, that's what is one of the major point of our discussion as well, that for sure there is a big market. For sure people want it. I mean, from a personal point of view as well, I do tend to use 2 WhatsApp accounts as well. So I feel the need of it. And given the need, the use case, and then you have the example of some OEMs doing it like OnePlus and Xiaomi. If you personally ask me, yes, I very much would be happy if Android can provide such kind of inbuilt mechanisms and which we can believe and use it without considering the security.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Paul Blundell. He asks if any app can be imported into parallel spaces and thus be vulnerable, or does the app need some special changes in order to work with parallel spaces?
Any app. So we tried multiple of them. So if you see in the slides, we have screenshots for like ride-hailing apps, Uber. We tried some digital apps. They were working as well. With some applications other than parallel space, there could be a slight problem if they are heavily dependent on Google Play services or those kind of services. But other than that, if they are standalone applications without much dependence on Google Play services, they work pretty fine.
Okay. Not so much of a question, rather a statement, I guess, is from Matthew. He says, Google generally recommends not specifying security providers, especially given the built-in bouncy castle implementation is old. Indeed, it should be noted that Play services also provide updated providers to help fix some SSL vulnerabilities. Such patches aren't so possible if you hard code the provider. If you want to add something, please do that.
Yeah, so yeah, I do agree that, I mean, in the first place, tinkering around with the crypto providers or crypto in general can be not so advisable, and I understand the Google's point of view that why they advise so, and of course the security patches is a problem. But then the recommendations that we have is especially when the threat model requires you to take care of them. So if your applications are sensitive enough, and if you have people who are really aware about what they're really doing, especially when tinkering with crypto, then for sure they can do that. Gautam, I think you have something to add?
No, something similar to what I said earlier. So especially if you can really detect that you are using the real, say, system security provider, then it is you are good to actually use a system security provider.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Well, next question from Sihang Goi. Are there plans to incorporate virtual container detection into the MSTG resilience checks? I guess this one goes to
I'll take it. So, okay, yeah, that's of course. Firstly, thanks for the question. So yeah, of course, that's in the plan. So I think me and Gautam were really discussing that once we are done with this presentation, we'll take up these topics with OWASP guys and try to incorporate and get their feedback, how we can make it more developer friendly, and get to a broader audience that these are the issues that can be addressed. So yes, to answer the question in short, yes, we have a plan to go for it, yes.
Okay, perfect. It sounds great. So another question from Bernhard Gründling. He asks, if an app uses certificate pinning, we could circumvent this without rebuilding the guest APK in this case. Is this correct? This is part one of the question. And part two is, additionally, we could provide our CA certificate via the host application environment instead of writing it to the system. Is this correct? So the first one is certificate pinning. And the second one is to provide a CA certificate to the host application environment.
Okay, for the certificate pinning, yes. So when a guest application has its own certificate pinning, so yes, you can at least mitigate this specific attack, which we talked about, especially related to the network security configuration. But having said that, it is still not foolproof again. So you can, we also talked about FIDA instrumentation, and also that is also not enough, because you can actually who can bypass your certificate pinning as well. So that's one thing. The second question, Vikas, you want to answer?
Yeah, the second question, it says, additionally, we could provide our CA certificate via the host application environment instead of writing it to the system. Is this correct?
Okay, actually this is okay. If you are a guest application, so then this is completely not possible at all, because a host application is a different application by itself. So it's something similar to like you are inserting certificates which that specific application is going to trust. Okay, so it is not really putting inside the system trust store. It is something like a trust store only for that specific application to believe.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Thank you. So there is one more question from René. Please, you're using audio, I guess.
It's been partially answered already. I was just interested in the use case scenarios that you saw those containerization apps to be targeted for. How many of those do you think would actually be easily replaceable with just standard work profile? Or do you think that people use those containerization apps instead of something like multiple work profiles, having more than even 2 instances of an app? Is that, do you see, so considering that work profile is widely available on at least modern devices, and if we could get around, could make it easier to not require a large MDM centrally managed and so on, do you think that that might be a replacement for most of the use cases that you've seen those containerization apps used for, or is there anything else missing?
Yes, for okay, so yes, for sure. Actually, we also are thinking about on the same lines of managed profiles, which is already part of Android devices. So the one issue which we generally see is with respect to the managed profiles, there is an additional, of course, there is a device admin or an additional set of authentication which is required to move between two spaces. So but in the case of virtual containers, normally there is no such kind of a need for additional another device admin kind of an application or kind of additional authentication which is required when you use virtual containers. So for sure, what profile is almost on the same lines as what these virtual containers are already providing. And in fact, it is more safer to actually use work profiles. Vikas, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think you mostly covered it. So I just wanted to add that these virtual containers just provide the ability to use them is so easy. You just download from Play Store and you use it. I think that's one reason that users prefer to use them compared to, let's say, setting up a work profile. Or it could be possible that many non-technical users sees it as a hassle to set up and do those things. So I think it's also from the usability point of view as well.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess there are no more questions. I'd like to conclude with a very non-technical question. When do you intend to release the Conb library?
It could be as soon as tonight. So I just need to clean up the code and just upload on GitHub. So it's all about the last few things.
Okay, perfect. Glad to hear that.
All right. Thank you so much for the questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for this great talk. So we are ready to take a break. The symposium will continue at in about 50 minutes, and the next talk will be about semi-interactive simplification of hardened Android malware, which sounds very exciting. And yes, stay tuned. I will continue in about 50 minutes. See you then. Please use the MetaMost channels, for example, in order to do the typical socializing you would do at the symposium if it were in person. That's why we have it. Okay, thank you so much and see you soon. Okay, so let's continue. Hello again and welcome to the second session of this year's Android Security Symposium. I hope everyone was able to grab a coffee or two. In this session, we do have two interesting talks ahead of us before the next short break, with the first one being from Abdullah Joseph called Semi-in. Okay, something's not right. I'm hearing myself. Okay, sorry for this interruption. So the next talk is called Semi-Interactive Simplification of Hardened Android Malware. Abdullah is the mobile security team lead of the company Adjust, located in Berlin, Germany, providing mobile analytics services and overseeing the security of mobile open source libraries integrated into tens of thousands of devices, hitting a total of more than 400 billion data points per month, which is a quite impressive number to deal with. He's researching on mobile advertisement fraud schemes and how to develop appropriate countermeasures. Today, he's going to talk about the omnipresent technique of binary code obfuscation, as far as I understood that, and semi-automated methods to simplify a hardened Android code base. So welcome, Abdullah. We're eager to hear your insights.
Hey, Eric, can you hear me? Is the voice okay?
Yes, the voice is okay, thanks.
Perfect. Just one thing about the title. Thank you so much for the introduction. About the title, me and my friend had a bet if we can make a tech talk with the longest possible title that we can, and I think I won. So, all right, let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see my screen with the
yes,
huge
we can
title?
See your screen. Everything's working fine.
Perfect, perfect. Well, one second. Hello, guys. I would actually. It's a shame that we can't have a physical meeting, but I guess due to the times that we live in right now, we're just gonna have to settle for Zoom. My name is Abdullah Joseph, and today I would like to talk to you guys about something that I was researching as part of my job, which is usually looking into ad fraud prevention techniques. Because of that, most of the things that I look at are malware, adware, usually it's called in that space. And adware has some really interesting functionality. People usually do it without any interesting rootkits or jailbreaks that you can see exploits running in the wild. They usually use whatever it is that they have living off of the land. I guess that's what it's called. So you basically see them trying to install an application, an APK downloaded for the sole purpose of making what's called in the ad industry an install, which means that you can get attributed to a network with that money. And basically, if you keep doing this ad infinitum, I don't know, 1,000 times, you can make very good money. So this is the field of research that I work on. And today I would like to talk to you a little bit about some of the interesting malware that you can find, the 20 percentile, not the most of the ones that you see on the wild. These are the ones that you see that have really cool obfuscation techniques and software protection mechanisms behind it. This is the agenda for today. It does include a small demo, so I really hope that with the new laptop, because my laptop, my MacBook spilled coffee on it yesterday. This is a new laptop. I really hope the demo works. And if it doesn't, that's God just doesn't like me today. So without further ado, let's talk about software protection. So I met a few malware authors in my life. I don't know exactly how their 40-hour week looks like, but I'm imagining it's something like this. So basically your boss comes and he tells you, you need to make something that works, something that can get us money through malicious ways, and it's undetectable. Why should it be undetectable? Because malware is actually detected all the time. TechCrunch loves titles like adware found in 200 apps in Google Play. 150 million people got impacted by something, and they keep giving it really cool names like Viking Horde and Simbad. So this is something that is always being countermeasured. As a malware author, you really need to start innovating in different techniques. This is not a how to become a black hat talk. It's not. This is something that basically using and trying to expose some of the techniques that malware and other good people use. So for example, you always see Malwarebytes and Snort and different IDSs trying to protect against such malwares, trying to protect against the signatures behind it, trying to, for example, execute it in a virtual machine, in a virtualized container, so that it sees the system calls that it does and it categorizes it if it's dangerous or not. Win32 API is very good with that, because with Win32 API, you can even see functions like crypt encrypt. And if your friend shared with you a presentation about next quarter's fiscal year plan, I'm not a finance person, and that PDF file or the spreadsheet started calling crypt encrypt and mprotect and trying to allocate executable, readable, and writable memory ranges, don't open it. So the thing that we're going to talk about today is software protection, and with the percentage of malware that deals with these techniques. Let me adjust the screen a little bit. And it's usually obscure techniques. It's usually things that you find on Freak magazine, if anybody is a subscriber. You usually find it in the really old HTML websites, techniques relating to code injection and code caves for ELF binaries and for PE binaries. It's not things that a lot of people try to, it's not things that you would find on just any regular blog, tech blog. And techniques that we are going to talk about today, it's used, for example, in stock trading companies. If you have a proprietary trading algorithm and that's your bread and butter, if that algorithm got leaked, there is a problem. You need to execute it on the cloud or on a client device. That's going to be a problem. There is really cool research right now coming up called verifiable computation and multi-party computation that actually tries to address exactly this problem. You have a function Y and it has an input X, and you want to execute that function without revealing too much about how it's done, and you just basically want to use a worker. There is research that's now happening about that. One of the most important things is game companies. I believe one time I read a tweet about the game creator, the game designer for BioShock, the original one, and they basically said that they achieved their goal of remaining uncracked for 48 hours. That was an understatement, but yeah, I mean, that thing happens all the time. People try to protect their proprietary libraries, their proprietary apps, but somehow if you have an analyst that's dedicated and knowledgeable, it's gonna crack eventually. Weapon manufacturing is actually quite interesting. I stumbled upon this US Army solicitation that says that anti-tamper technologies, AT technologies, should be providing protection against exploitation via reverse engineering. And the purpose in here is to add longevity. That's a very important word, longevity. You can't protect 100% a black box. That's not possible because you are executing it. Okay, it's executed on a host. And the idea in here is that you need to protect it against the host that you're executing. I'm giving you instructions and you have to follow those instructions. And if you have memory and if you know what I'm talking about, you can follow along and say, oh, this happened and then this happened and then this happened. That means that the user is trying to do this. The purpose of software protection is literally to go against that logic, is to try to make it as diverse and as diffused as much as possible so that the person who's executing the code doesn't know what they're executing. So this is the CIA triad: preserving confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data and algorithms. And it applies perfectly in here. So I have a quick example in here. I would have loved to do this with a live audience. and ask them questions about it. But it would have been a lot nicer and more interactive. But I'm just going to stick with my monologue in here. So we have an example in here. This is x86. And no need to be a Jedi. Basically, the explanation is right here. So the first instruction would move 0 to EAX. It would test if EAX is 0. And if so, it will jump to this location. It's pretty straightforward. There's nothing too much about it. What happens if we do this? So let's try to go through it. We move 0 to EAX. We test if EAX is equal to 0. If so, we try to jump to hello. And then we're trying to move EBX to EAX. And then there is SIDT happening. And then we're trying to get system clock, which is what's happening. The idea in here is that this is all garbage that will never be executed, ever. X, Y, and Z are 100% that you could fill it in there with data. You could fill it with bunny fufu instructions, whatever it is that you want. This code will live in the binary, in the .txt section, and the .text section, but it will never be executed. Why? Because this is a constant statement. It's called a positive opaque predicate. That means that it's always going to jump from here, from number 3 to number 4. Always. It will never look at X, Y, and Z. So you can throw garbage in there. That's an obfuscation technique. It's called dead code injection, as opposed to an optimization technique that's called dead code elimination, something what LLVM is heavily trying to invest their time on. So this is a technique. Why would I throw this in there? Confusion. Literally just confusing the analyst, trying to make it as hard and as annoying as possible to try to Google what the hell is SIDT and what's its relationship with the ABP register and why am I querying for this thing. This is simple to ignore because you see it jumps at hello in here immediately. If I throw those instructions in between 1 and 2 and try to make it a little bit more complicated, we might get to an interesting result. Let's take a look at this example. So I have in here a function. Don't ask me about the programming language. I think this is, this is C. Yeah, this is C. This would work in C. This would also work in Java, but this is C for now. So actually, Java doesn't have int type. Forget about it. So in here, we have a function called foo, and it takes 3 arguments, A, B, and C, integers. And then we do a Boolean, mixed Boolean operation in here. And we do a minus C. What's the result of this? Before anybody wipes out their Python calculators, it's 0. And this is very easy to interpret. This is very easy to do for a machine. This is very easy to do for a human with a calculator. It should be straightforward. And if we try to do something like this, which was very hard to write, this executes, and it executes well. And there is no problem. A machine will understand this. However, if I ask you right now, foo 1, 2, 3, what's the result? By looking at it statically, I don't think you can infer the result in here. It's still 0, by the way. This will evaluate to 0 with the arguments 1, 2, and 3. But right now, you just added it a lot of different layers of confusion. And this actually works. This is really complicated. If you ask any reverse engineer, and they would have a certain methodology of doing things. They would go static analysis maybe, or dynamic analysis, depending on your work. You might go for something in the middle, like executing it in a virtualized environment or emulation, for example. You might go for symbolic execution. There is a certain methodology, but if your methodology is relating to, I want to look at the disassembled or decompiled code, this will really hinder you. And the idea in here for obfuscation, software protection, binary hardening, they're all the same, is to make it functionally equivalent but harder to analyze. So let's talk about the next part of the presentation, automating analysis. So I'm a good guy, I'm an analyst, and I got handed a malware, adware, something, and they are using automated ways to create something like this. How would I try to understand it? How would I try to make sense of a certain operation that's happening? So let's take an example of this. This is Java, and I think anybody who looks at this with Java knowledge should understand what's happening. Basically, in here, you have a map. it's a hash map or a dictionary if you're a Python person. You basically put some keys and some values into the map. And here we put the key AAA with bunny foo foo, BBB with foo bunny foo. You get the point. And we make a post request with this IP address and with this endpoint. And that's pretty much it. We just pass these parameters into it. Now, without looking at make post request, without looking at it, if you're analyzing such a binary and you decompiled it and you want to understand what's happening behind it, you really don't need to look at make post request to infer what's happening in here. This is good so far. I understand. I wanted to focus on exactly the parameters that are being sent to this drop point. That's one way of doing it. Another way would be doing something a little bit more straightforward, like man-in-the-middle attack. You would attach a proxy in the middle of your host, and you run it on an emulator, or you just run the code, the binary itself, and you would analyze the request. For sake of simplicity, just for the sake of presentation, let's assume that man-in-the-middle attack doesn't exist. You see encrypted text, so you have to jump into the code, and you see something like this. What would happen if, right now, my goal was to understand the parameters. What would happen if you see something like this? And let's assume, just for just a thought experiment, that man-in-the-middle attacks is a little bit hard. Maybe this post request is AES encrypted. And you would have to dive into static analysis. You would have to dive into the code to understand the values that are being sent. And you see something like this. So basically in here, the first step I would do is I'm going to try to just take a cursory look at cryptor.get. What's happening in here? And what are the parameters? What is the return values for cryptor.get? I'm assuming it's not the same return value for different arguments. So if I give it different numbers, it would give me different return values. That's just an assumption. Let's actually take a look at cryptor.get. And we see something like this. If the screen is a little bit too small, you're not meant to read it. But I'm just going to go ahead and scroll over it in here. We see an interesting Unicode byte array in here, character array. And we see some interesting things happening in here with XORs going on. And then we see things like this, plus 99, and we have some interesting fields that were, the names were automatically generated by my decompiler, and we see a switch statement that looks pretty readable. This is very, very readable. I can understand it perfectly. And we see some interesting predicates like this. And we move on to the third one, and you understood everything. And now you can come back to this and say, yes, cryptor.get, when executed with 100, 200, and 300, it's going to bring us XYZ value. That's right now not possible. Static analysis just died immediately. This is, if you are an operating system developer or you work with compiler optimizations, this is a nightmare. I'm pretty sure this code is not optimized at all. But does it do the job that we are trying to make it do, which is functionally equivalent, but harder to analyze? Yes, it does. And there are obfuscators out in the world that actually do this, Java layer obfuscation. So now my next step as an analyst, I really still want to understand what's happening in here. I really still want to understand what are the values that are being sent. And again, man-in-the-middle attack is not an option here. So let's move forward. So the next thing I would look at is something like dynamic analysis. And there is a really cool tool called Frida, which I believe Mr. Gautam, the previous speaker for virtualized containers, did speak about. It's a very good tool. It's a very useful tool. I highly recommend it. And with this tool, you can do things like basically write a JavaScript script. And you would be able to hook into a function and understand what are the arguments and what's the return value. And this is a super simple presentation for this. This is, I think, the simplest one, the simplest script that you could write. You basically in here try to hook into a class and then hook into the function for that class. And you have this entire function callback as a implementation that will occur before the actual execution of the class. Actually, no, I need to correct myself because I use .implementation. This will happen in lieu of the actual crypto.get. So crypto.get right now is not going to get executed. This will get executed. What am I telling it to do? I'm telling it to just print called crypto.get. And then I wanted to run the actual implementation and print the arguments and the return value. This is pretty cool. It's pretty simple to do. And the result that I see is this. So I just tried to understand what 3 instances of crypto.get do. And I tried to run a semi-debugger to basically tell me what it's doing. And I was welcomed with this. This is 7 more times than what I wanted. As an analyst, I just increased the number of man hours I need to spend to understand what's happening in here. This is not so good because now I have to investigate other locations, and that's not giving me the result that I want. I want just to focus on those 3 instances of crypto.get, and I just want to understand what that post request is doing. I really don't want to look at 7 other instances, and I assure you, it's not going to be 7 other instances. It's going to be like 1,000 other instances. If you used an automatic obfuscator to obfuscate your code, it's not going to be obfuscating 10% of it or 20% of it. It's going to be obfuscating most probably 90% of it. So you're going to see a lot of this. So the next step that you could work with is that right now you have distinct numbers, right? So I have 100 being called in here, and a 200, and then a 300. And it's different than 231, 23212, 11, and 300. It's different, right? So we have a shared last argument, but the others are different. And I'm assuming that it's going to be different arguments are going to give me different return values. So since they have distinct numbers, maybe we can somehow trace the call stack, print the function arguments, and we'll be like, okay, if we find 100, 200, 300, then it belongs to key number AAA, key with AAA. And if we found it with something like this, it should belong to BBB, and we don't care about the 7 other instances. That's one way to move forward. And to do that, we actually have to print the call stack. Luckily for us, the printing the call stack is pretty simple. It's something that any exception in Java would do, and it translates 100% to Android. So I have this handwritten function, which I cropped in here for sake of readability, called getCallerInfo. It's very simple. If you just Google how to write an exception in Java, you could easily translate it in here. And I'm basically trying to print the call stack. I'm trying to understand where is it coming from. And maybe if I know where is it coming from, I know which function should I focus on and which function I should just ignore. And I executed it. And then I found that the execution is like this. All of them are coming from crypto.get. That's obvious because I'm hooking into crypto.get. All of them are being called with line number 1, 1, 1, 1. So that's a problem. And that's the disassembled Smalley. Smalley is a Dalvik bytecode representation language that you can use for disassembly. It's very useful if you want to do any sort of Android reverse engineering. And if I look at the code, I see that there are dot line directives, they call them. And they are all the same. And this is allowed, unfortunately, in the Android ecosystem. You can have duplicate debug directives. And the idea in here is that there is only one limitation, which I just highlighted in here, that the line register represents source line should be associated with the next position table. It should always be a positive number. That means that 0 is not allowed, but anything less than 1 is not allowed. But apart from that, you can have duplicate numbers. That's possible. I will show you right now a demo how this is very much possible. So we've reached an interesting point. We have 10 instances of crypto.get that we really don't care about. And we only have 1 that we care about, 3 that we care about, actually. How do we move forward from here? One option that we can do is something called relining the APK. This is not a common technique. I actually didn't find any tools for it. And the idea in here is that you can basically try to reline all the numbers that are there so that they are sequential instead of being duplicates like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I don't think I have too much time for this, so I was supposed to show 2 demos. I will only show 1, and if we have time, I will get back to the realigning demo. But right now, let's just move forward with the presentation, and later, if the Q&A was short, I can try to execute this demo. So let's go back to the next steps. We tried to understand which this crypto.get business. We hooked into it, and we saw it's being executed multiple times. We tried to get some sort of a call stack to see, okay, it's being called from this function, so we can just analyze this function and this line. And that failed because they were all executing in the same function and the same line. So the next step would be that, as I said, somehow realigning the code base. However, what I would like to see as an analyst is that I would like to basically execute the code. Just execute it once, run the code base, and then have it being annotated. Basically, by annotating, I mean some sort of a comment, of the execution flow. There are a few tools that do this. There was a tool called FinRes long time ago. It was using ptrace to actually do that. The tool has been discontinued. I found it in archive.org. There is no trace of it on GitHub or anything like that. There is a tool that does this. It's a layer on top of GDB called GIF, GEF, and it has a function called trace-run, and it will do something like that. However, both those tools run native. I want something that could run on Java, on a virtualized, the Java virtual machine, and give me something like this. Basically have a get, which is the name of the function I'm calling, with the arguments that I'm calling, and gives me the return value. Perfectly clean and perfectly readable. I don't care about recompiling the code base. That's not my intention. My intention is to basically just annotate these execution flows and try to understand them for myself as an analyst. Write them in my report, for example, for a specific run. So if I execute different buttons in the program, it should give me different results. So that should be a different code base. That's the situation I would like to see as an analyst. And now we have the demo. I think I don't have too much time, but I'm hoping I can try to show you guys how this works. I really hope everybody can see my screen and i3 didn't die on me. Right, so I'm just gonna run the test suite for the project that I'm working on, which is the Cryptocon. And it failed miserably. Right, Android home equals, where did I save it this time? That failed. Let me see if I can show you the result of what this is going to happen. Yeah, the demo, I have Android Home. I forgot where I actually installed it. And this is a new computer. So if I start right now fighting with it, I assure you it's going to be 20 minutes with you guys looking at me and it's not going to work. So I'm just going to show you the result of what it's going to do. So the result is you would execute it with something like, and there is a README in the project that I'm working on that will actually show you the execution environment. So you would have to run something like this, basically. You would run an emulator. You would run a script called install Frida server. Both of those are included in the project. So all you have to do is basically just copy paste this line and this and run it, and it should be okay. And it should install all the dependencies for you. And then you would run something like this. In here, you would specify the APK that you're working on. You would specify a hooks file. And this hooks file should look something like this. Let me zoom in a little bit on it. So this is basically the Radare2 representation of how that function should look like. So if you have a function called cryptor get, it should look like this. JNI uses the same thing. Actually, Radare copied it from JNI, and you can get this thing from practically any decompilation tool, JADEX, APK tool, anything like that. It will give you this function signature. And you can put as many functions as you want in here, the things that you're interested in, the things that you would like to be annotated. In our example, we only cared about cryptor.get. We didn't have second and third. And then you would run it with something that looks like this. Let me jump to the result right now. The result of this thing would look a little bit like, let me zoom out a little bit. Temp Smiley main activity. I really hope this works right now. It does not. because I didn't run it. It's a new computer and I didn't run it. So this bombed right now. So that's what I'm telling you. The demo gods didn't like me today. So what I'm going to show you is that it's going to look something like this. Ideally, I have on my website, which I'm going to have a link to, a video of this thing. It's already live. You can go and check it out. And there is a PDF of a fat presentation that includes a lot more context of what I'm talking about. So it's basically, you can consider it kind of an appendix to this talk. And this is how it should look like. It should basically be annotating it with this prefix, and it will give you the function argument in here with the return value. And that's the entire purpose of this tool. It started out basically as a tool that I wanted to do for my own job to tackle layered Java obfuscation. So if you have something that is doing some sort of a string obfuscation like what we're seeing in here with crypto.get or something like that, there are commercial obfuscators that do that. And it will tackle something like realigning all the code base. This is what the tool was supposed to handle. I'm very happy I used it in at least 5 malwares right now, and it works just fine. And the idea behind it is that it will automatically do all of this for me so that I don't have to worry about it. I will just go into static analysis. I will stop at this location right here, the initial slide that we had. I will see this, and then I wouldn't have to worry. I will just basically run it against the signature of crypto.get, and it would work automatically. I don't have to worry about myself diverting attention to 7 other instances, or having to worry about how to set up Frida, or having to worry about the emulator that I'm working with, and x86, does it have an x86 or does it have an ARM architecture? I just want to worry about this exact point, and that's it. And this is what the tool is trying to do. It basically parses an APK and realigns it entirely. It has a built-in Smalley parser, and it's trying to actually handle it so that I can show you this. If you see in here, .line 1. So as you can see in here, this is a disassembled APK that has multiple line 1s. Actually, all the lines are number 1. There is an issue that you're going to get if you're trying to just use it with like a bash script that runs SID, and you just try to sequentially put all the lines, is that you can have multiple, and this is very legal, you can have multiple invoke virtual in here. That's not a problem. If I recompile the code base right now, this will work just fine. I hope so. This is a problem because if I'm trying to hunt down for the specific crypto.get instance that is in between line 2 and line, for example, 3, remember it should be sequential, I will get 10 instances of, well, not 10. I will get 6 instances of the function that I'm trying to hook into, which is a problem because I only want one line to correspond with one instance. It will make a lot easier sense for me to understand it like that. So the tool actually goes through every single line and try to see if it's illegal or not. For example, you can't put lines in the middle of an annotation block. And it will try to have a threshold of usually 2 lines. You can, of course, customize it to have it in between each line. It will have something. That's the idea of the tool. Using something like SID, or just a simple Python script that tries to sequentially change everything, didn't work for me. Because the malware that I was looking at, it even used reflection and string obfuscation with reflection to try to call methods. So literally every single function call in there was reflected in a specific hotspot of the program. And every time you try to do anything, there is always a call to crypto.get. There is always a call to a reflection afterwards. And it's always realigned. And they were using opaque predicates. That means that there were junk code. You remember that dead code injection technique? They were using it. So it's even bloating the code base even further. Looking at it gave me a headache. So the tool that I wanted to use, oh, by the way, realign is an actual word. I didn't invent it. I almost started using it in the company and nobody believed that it was a word. Thank you, Merriam-Webster. So the idea behind it is that I needed something that is simple to use and could be reproducible by anybody later. And this is the tool that I came up with. The idea that I would love to have behind it is to include more simplification techniques. And this is where you guys come in. The idea is that I would love to get some more emails, issues open on the GitHub repo that tells me what other deobfuscation techniques that you try to use. Could something like this work with it? There is a lot of automatic deobfuscators that are out there. I have a slide after this to show it. However, the ones that I used didn't fulfill this purpose for me. I needed something that could be used by an analyst for specific cases. In this case, layered Java obfuscation. It would be really cool to use some sort of a symbolic execution engine like Anger or Miasm. Using something like that, you could even try to simplify cryptor.get. So if you actually would like to understand the algorithm for cryptor.get, which looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs, ideally you should use a symbolic execution engine that could give you instructions that are easier to use. If you want to replicate this thing, if what you care about is cryptor.get, not, for example, make post request. That would be something cool to see. And I did mention about sharing your experiences with me, and that's pretty much it. Sorry, guys, for the demo. That actually sucked, but yeah, I mean, spilling coffee on the laptop kind of ruins the motherboard. So I'm happy my colleague let me lend his ThinkPad for this talk. This is, I think, the last slide. It's similar work to the things that I just mentioned in here. Both of those repos, Simplify and Dex Oracle, were made by an amazing person called Caleb Fenton. Very, very smart guy. Decrypticon, the tool that I was supposed to show you, is taking a lot of influence from Dex Oracle. And the idea behind it is that Dex Oracle does some static Android deobfuscation rather than running it once, running the entire execution flow, and then trying to understand the arguments and the return values. There are some cases where, for example, if you have a bloated code base with multiple positive and negative opaque predicates, basically dead code all over the place, Dex Oracle wouldn't work. There is another tool made by, I can't remember the name. It's a very famous tool. It's called Dex Hunter, and it does automatic Android unpacking using some really simplified generics. For example, if you have something like mprotect, it will try to map an executable, writable, readable range of memory, and then it will try to unpack the code there. If you're working with a sophisticated packer, it should do something a little bit more complicated. Dex Hunter works a lot. I used it a lot in the wild. So the semantics behind the work that I tried to do, I tried to adapt the same flow that those three projects had. They don't replace, the project that I made doesn't replace those. I believe that it could be used as a, there was a scene in The Matrix, really cool, where Morpheus, Trinity, and Neo went to the Matrix, and then there was just rows and rows of guns all over them. And when Trinity asked Neo, it's like, oh, what do you want? And he said, guns, lots of guns. This is exactly the same case. You have multiple guns. You're an analyst, okay? You need more than one tool to do the same job. Because when one tool breaks, the other hopefully wouldn't. This is what I try to think about these projects. And it would be nice to see more projects like this, actually. And that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you so much. This is the repo that I was telling you about. Let me know if there's any issues with it. I'm trying to be active with open source communities. This is my Twitter. You can reach me out with any issues that you have. And as I mentioned, the slides for this presentation and hopefully a video of the execution will be on the website, my website, malwarecheese.com. And we are hiring on Adjust. So if you would like to work with some interesting adware fraud prevention techniques, you're good with C, you're good with binaries, please reach out. Here's the channels that you can find me at. Many, 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 many thanks. And thank you, Android Security Symposium, for allowing me to present. And now I think the Q&A is up.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdullah. Now that my audio setup seems to work as intended again, we're ready to continue with the Q&A session. Once again, you can raise your hand in Zoom in order to ask your question using audio, or simply type it into the Program Day 1 Q&A channel in MetaMost. So until people are going to start typing, I would like to ask a rather general question. So as an analyst, what do you think is the most, I'd say, nerve-wracking technique regarding obfuscation? Is it that code injection?
No, it's not. The most annoying tool that you can find, and I can safely say that if you find it, you're going to spend a very, very, very long time analyzing a very simple block, is virtualization. And something like mixed Boolean algebra, which is a technique that there's a really cool talk from Ruhr-Universität Bochum and CCC by a person called Tim Blastico. I really hope I'm not missing the name. The name of the talk is called Modern Binary Obfuscation. It's very easy to find. It's from Chaos Computer Club. And he mentioned really cool techniques regarding mixed Boolean algebra that breaks symbolic execution engines. So your last case scenario, after static failed and dynamic failed, you want to analyze the simple block. And you would have to go for something automatic like symbolic execution. These techniques are meant to even break that. So I would say virtualization and something related to compiler de-optimization is the most annoying two things that you can find. And weirdly enough, it is actually easy for a defender to create those. If you know good enough development, you can. So those two things.
Okay. And another question. So from your practical experience regarding that code injection, once again, how much would an application's machine code or bytecode, for that matter, grow in size typically? So from a practical point of view regarding obfuscation tools which are readily available out there, are there any experience values to this?
How would it grow in size? So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Perfect. Let's look at something like cryptor.get. For example, cryptor.get, what it does, at least what I understood it should do, is basically try to match characters in here, Unicode characters, with each other based on whatever it is that you're passing. So if you're passing it 100, it will loop with a modulus over a specific number. I extracted the number once, I think it was 128 in here, and it will just basically loop over it and keep extracting it. So this entire function could be simplified by like 4 lines of code with the exclusion of the array. And you can see in here that it grew in size quite a bit. There's really no limit to that code. However, I can say that most of the malware I encountered had a very specific section that they highlighted with all the techniques. They threw everything there. There's a really cool paper about obfuscator LLVM, the original OLLVM paper, and they measured, they had a pass in there, a compiler pass called bogus control flow, and they basically do something very similar to this. They measured the increase in speed, sorry, the decrease in speed, and it was with all 3 passes that they had was 1.25x more than the original execution. So it's heavy, but if you try to control it, you can really try to reach a very nice sweet spot between functionally equivalent and still secure enough to not have an analyst break into your stock trading proprietary algorithm. It's the original paper from OLLVM that they had those speed tests. So you can check it out. I can share my screen. It's for those of you who don't know, if you just Google OLLVM, you're going to see in here obfuscator LLVM. And I think you can find it, yeah, right here. This is the paper. I think it should be on Springer or something like that. You can easily read it as a PDF and you will see it. It's not too old as well, so.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We do have another question from Markus Vogel. He asks, how common are anti-analysis methods like detecting Frida, exposed, or debuggers in the wild? So codes that behaves differently in these environments or when they are detected.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question exactly. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, sure. How common are anti-analysis methods, like programs trying to detect tools like Frida or exposed or debuggers?
Oh, okay.
So that the code behaves differently inside these environments or when they are detected.
So they are common. They're very common, actually. Like one of the most common things you can do to deter a debugger is something called the ptrace attach trace me trick, which is basically you have the binary trace itself, which means that no other debugger could hook into it. That's the most common one. You find it a lot, but honestly, my old mentor told me if you're running with a debugger or something like a debugger like Frida or Exposed, you're in God mode. There is nothing. There is nothing that you can run away from, because if you have a ptrace method that tries to hook itself, all you have to do in a debugger is just break into ptrace and then nop it, and that's it. You're done. And you can even move it to your disk, and you can have your friends execute it, and it's just a dead technique. So it is very common. You see it a lot, especially the ptrace attach trace me. I even think MSTG, OASIP MSTG has that technique, if I'm not mistaken. I think they do. So it's very common to see it. It's even in OASIP, but breaking it is, for a talented analyst, should be not. It shouldn't take too much man hours from them, as I believe.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Let me see. Okay, so I would have one more question until the next talk starts. So from my very sparse experience in reverse engineering, doing that using Smalley code is considerably more doable than x86, I would say, x86 assembly. And maybe for that reason, I don't know, it seems that obfuscation is more widespread in the Android world. Would you agree to that from your practical experience?
I do agree. x86 is not fixed sized instructions. ARM is fixed size, so it's a lot easier to edit a binary, if you want to say, basically try to inject things in the middle. But with x86, it's not fixed size. So if you try to inject something, you're going to have a horrible time working with relative offsets for the jumps. You basically broke everything. So if you just, I'm not joking, if you just insert one single knob, you just broke all the jumps and the references. And LLVM and GCC try their best to optimize things. So you're going to have a very hard time with doing it with x86. The best thing I would suggest is, if you target native, is to do it from the compiler side. So you can take something like tiny_cc, a very small C compiler, and you can hack it. That's possible. Muvfuscator, it's an obfuscator that turns all instructions to muv. It's amazing. It's just beautiful. It hacked tinycc. The person who did it hacked tinycc to do it, which is just the most genius thing in the world. With Java, you still have jumps, but it's sorry, with Dalvik, you still have jumps, but it's a lot easier. And I can imagine that you can do binary editing a lot easier in there than in something like a compiler optimization. But then again, you have more people who understand x86, historically speaking, than you do people who understand Dalvik. So there is a trade-off, I guess.
Okay, so one final question. We are already a little bit over time. Eduardo asks, do you consider that virtual machine obfuscation can be attacked in Android in the same way as you would do on Windows?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can. One of the most famous VM protection, commercial VM protection tools that you can use is two, Timida and VM Protect. Both of them are Windows. Some people try to port it into Android. You basically should use the same heuristics, the same analysis methodology. You try to understand the handlers, try to understand where's the fetch, decode, execute loop. I would even say it's simpler on Android because Android ecosystem doesn't give you a lot of room to play with. You can't run, it's very hard to run a different process on Android. If you're an app and you try to run a different process, even if you look at the fork import from Bionics libc, it's not really forking, it's cloning. It's cloning the thread into something else. Forking is not so easy to do, and it's not very, it's not recommended by the Android developers, the people who created Android operating system. So I would say it's even easier to do it because you don't. For example, I doubt any virtual machine obfuscation technique would try to do something like a just-in-time compiler in Android. They would do something simpler like interpretation or something like that. So it's a lot simpler, I would even say.
Okay.
I hope that answered the question.
I guess so. Abdullah, thank you very much again for your talk. This was very interesting. And we would like to continue with the last talk before the break, which is about the Android debug bridge from Gabriel Cirlig. Gabriel is a software developer and a so-called bot hunter at WhiteOps, located in London, UK. In the past, he worked on threat intelligence, and he obviously loves to dismantle, break, and fix all kinds of hardware he can get his hands on. Today he's going to talk about the Android debug bridge and how his self-made honeypots discovered worms abusing this networked debug interface. So please welcome with me, Gabriel.
Hello, fellow humans, and thank you, Eric, for the introduction. Let me just share my screen. Is it all good?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. All perfect.
Awesome. So first thing first, thank you for having me here. I'm gonna show you today some neat tricks that are not being understood well by the hardware development community. But first thing first, I want to know you a bit better. Hang on a second. I need to find a way to see the window, the participant window. So raise your hand, whoever is an Android developer. Could you please just raise your hand? All right, we've got 2 people. 3, okay, 4. So we've got a nice audience. For those who don't know what ADB is, it's basically Android Debug Bridge. It's a developer's way of communicating with the device and building a debugging bridge, hence the name, between the app that's being debugged and the developer's computer. And today we're gonna look into ways that this is being abused by the bad guys. At least a vendor's generosity into allowing easy debugging of their device is being actively exploited by the bad guys. And now a bit more about me. So I haven't started my security research career for long. I pulled the stunt a few years ago. People nicknamed me the public transportation hacker after I did a simple Mayfair hack with the public transit system in Romania. And after that, I discovered that I couldn't hack my way through the town anymore. So I started hacking my car. I found out that it knew quite a lot, definitely a lot more than I knew about myself and about the people that were roaming around that car, but that's a story for a different time. And recently I started hunting bots at WhiteOps. Hopefully we're gonna prevent the next robot insurrection, but right now we're just preventing them from doing ad fraud. And this little tiny bit of research kinda started from the fact that we have smart TVs, smart fridges, smart toasters, smart cars, and even smarter toasters. So what we can do if we want to stay safe is sprinkle our little honeypots in between all of those smart devices and the IoT, where S stands for security, as we all know. And looking at all of this landscape, something caught my eye. It looks like among this rubble of smart devices, some of them were being noticed by the bad guys. And it was mainly Android devices who had ADB on. This was being spotted by Kevin Beaumont at around 2 years ago, I think. I can't recall exactly. I still remember that it was summer, so it might be 2 years ago, which kind of prompted me into trying to figure out what are they sending to those devices. Is it, what are they exploiting? How are they exploiting it? Can I exploit it as well? So a lot of questions going around in my head, basically being a protocol that you can use to connect to, you can push binaries to it, and you can also send shell commands through ADB to that phone. Because guess what? At some point in history, ADB got externalized over TCP/IP. So even though initially the protocol was designed for USB only, at some point, the powers that be decided to put it up on the internet, and anybody can just type ADB TCP/IP and the port, and bam, then ADB is exposed on all of the interfaces that your phone has, or TV or DVR or whatever, on the internet. And that's when you're owned. So I started working. I started tinkering and hammering away, trying to just find a way to do it, just put in the hard work and read RFCs, RTFM, and you should be able to do it. And I did read the manual, the one that we have from Google. All of there is documentation for everything that's going on, but it's very outdated. That stuff was written once when the protocol was made. They even described the flow through ASCII art, but fortunately the community came to the rescue and they decided to compile and add more resources on top of that. But it was still not enough. So I had to dig a bit more. Fortunately, I found some people who reverse engineered most of the headers and the message body. And initially, at least according to the RFCs, on an ADB packet that's being sent over TCP/IP, you have the command, you have the 2 arguments, only 2. The length of the data being transmitted, the CRC, and some magic. Simple enough, I guess. You have 4 functions that you can call, and using those 4 functions, you should be able to assemble really complex instructions, like in this case, trying to open a shell on the device and execute a simple command. When you execute command, you open the shell, but in order to open the shell, you need to send the open, which will fork that the ADB daemon into the shell. And then in order to do that, you need to actually send some proper handshake before it, but it didn't work. And that's when the whole rabbit hole started forming up, and it was just ripe for diving in. The CRC, it's not actually the CRC. It's some kind of implementation that they did. The magic had absolutely no reason. It wasn't documented. What's the format, how it should be there? Is it really command, XOR, and the other, the list of Fs? Nobody kind of knew, and nobody kind of knew why that happened. Probably, just PMs breathing down your neck. Hey guys, how can we wrap this up faster and faster and add TCP/IP over ADB, or just finish it? Yeah, we're gonna bolt something together and let it be. So these are my attempts at sending, because in order to write that honeypot, I needed to reverse those 3 functions: connecting, sending a command, sending a binary. So I was trying to send a binary using the same devices on the same connection 3 times, and I got 3 different flows, totally different flows. Okay, let's say that the first part kind of is kind of in line with the other. I mean, that's the handshaking part. But until we reach the actual stream of data, there's a different flow every time. And in the last example, we can actually see that there's like a big discrepancy over there. So what I did, I got the headers and the body of the message from an open source repository that I found and I was telling you about. And I just got to work. I basically implemented the send function, like a raw send function, and tried every corner case known to humanity until I could get 99% of the payloads. Let's say that there was this odd puppy that would come in sometimes and screw everything over. But let's say that in the end, it was a great success. I finally had a honeypot, and you can actually go and connect to it right now. The honeypot has been running for around 1.5 years, and catching attacks all over the internet, bad guys that keep connecting to ADB and trying to exploit them and to deploy their malware over there. So you can go connect over there to my server and say, hi, don't worry, nothing is gonna happen. It's just like my private list of, my private zoo, actually, when it comes to malware. And speaking of zoo, let's get into some of the more interesting samples that I found. The first one got my heart rate a little bit up, made me seem like a bit wholesome. It looked like there's this guy going around on the internet stealing my original idea, thinking that, hey, I'm gonna make a botnet that is gonna fight with other botnets and clean the internet. Hey, look, this guy already decided to do that. I mean, he's removing like 7 other miners from that device. And of course, he's deploying his own after he's doing that. So yeah, that's how my hope in humanity collapsed again. Very simple operation, shutting down his competitors and then trying to push his own APK using ADB push. And after that, he starts his APK. The APK starts mining, and not only that, in case that, who knows, maybe the user uninstalls the APK, he also has some scripts that download some binaries that do the mining. He's not relying only on the APK. At some point, came along a guy who kind of forgot that you can do ADB and push of a command, of a binary. So he escaped the payload behind hex, and then he tried to rebuild it, even though ADB shell commands like go in all directions everywhere, and it's not like always, especially over TCP/IP, that you're gonna have the same commands go in the same order, especially if the connection becomes this like close it at some point. He was short-lived, needless to say. And the Putin helper, yeah, this guy's nose representing, that's the actual name of the malware, Putin helper. It's some kind of DVR mining scam. Like most of the bad guys out there, it looks like mining is still going strong when it comes to Android botnets, mining and banking, making money. And I actually like felt sorry a bit for this guy. He's actually asking for a job over his botnet. For those who don't watch, he's saying, I'm sorry, but I'm mining on your device, not because I want to, but because I need the cash. And then he attaches his Proton Mail email and saying that he's gonna send you a CV if you contact him over there. Yeah, what can I say, buddy? hoping that you got a job finally and renounced your ways. And now, la pièce de la résistance. Trinity. Trinity is an interesting piece, mainly because it's the biggest malware that's going around the internet on these devices right now, which at their peak were about 50,000 or 60,000 Android devices. It's a bot. It's a bot that's comprised of the three parts: a native miner, an Android miner, and the spreading script. And all of these three components are pushed dynamically. So the bot, an infected device, let's say, will start scanning the internet. Then at some point, it will find a device that has the 555 port open. He's gonna connect to it and see if the malware, the same strain of malware, is already running on that device. If it is, then it won't do anything. It will just leave it alone. If it's not running, it will check each of the individual pieces that I told you about: native miner, Java miner, spreading script, if they are running. If not, if one is not running, it will push it to the device and try to restart it in order to achieve this meta persistency mechanism. There's a lot to delve into it. A really cool researcher, NC Commander, made an analysis of it. I don't think he published the research yet, but basically this guy is actually infiltrating in the recovery partition, I think, if it founds a rooted device. So he achieves this extra resilience over there. But anyhow, Java miner is really straightforward. It just embeds, it has a file embedded. It loads it in a web view, and inside that file, they just open a coin hive and make money. The native miner is just your run-of-the-mill mining binary for Monero, while the spreading script, this is the more interesting one that I was telling you about. It contains the routines required for all of that extra punch with embedding itself into the recovery partition and trying to spread around as much as it can. Now, Trinity was the most successful, but a close competitor to it was FBot, which got covered by the guys at Key, who I think, and they discovered that it was using some kind of blockchain DNS system, like going all out blockchain money, blockchain DNS, blockchain everything. And at some point, they were specifically targeting Trinity over here. UFO miner, this is Trinity. And Cătălin Cimpanu actually made, I think for ZDNet, a really cool article about how these two botnets are actually fighting with each other on top of this network of devices that are ADB enabled into basically the ownership of your smart TV or smart home or smart whatever. But hey, Gabby, it's not that bad. Maybe these guys only had old devices. Nah, my sources told me that they are pretty new devices. Android 7, 8, 9, even Android 10 devices. You're gonna find everything in there. Which leaves us to the question, how did this happen? I mean, it's not like an active exploit or anything. It's something that is as designed. Probably somebody in the factory, when they were building the TVs, had this brilliant idea of enabling ADB over TCP/IP, connecting them to a Wi-Fi, and then just pushing the APK for like the QA process or that TV or that DVR. and just automating the process. And somehow they forgot to remove this debugging feature. I'm using this educated guess because it happened in the past. That's how I got to hack my Mazda before. They just left all of their debugging tools like on my machine, like on a production line machine, and not only for me, but for everybody else. But yeah, anyway, just a quick reminder, you can always connect and try to whack around my honeypot in order to maybe find a bug, who knows, and together we can improve it. By the way, the honeypot is available open source. It's written in Python, and last year it was upgraded to Python 3 as well. Everybody can just pop it and see what these guys are sending. But anyway, enough of the honeypot. I mean, I didn't talk enough about what can you find on those devices. So we're gonna have like a demo-ish, like a prepared demo. I know I'm cheating, but I couldn't have done it live. It's again from my sources. I can show you what can be seen on these devices. And I would kindly ask you that you don't like record this part, or let's say that you don't specifically target this part, because there are real people behind those images. And we're gonna start with something light. Some bad guys just injected their ad fraud APK onto that device and are actually trying to test to see if they can get something done. More testing for ad fraud. These are just default ads from AdMob, and bam, they got it. They got an ad running. And how this happens, you just say, let's say that you have one of those TVs with ADB enabled. You plug it in, you connect it to the internet, and then you just get picked up by some of these bad guys, for example, like the ones that push ads. And you're gonna start seeing interstitial ads on your TV from now and then. Fun, right? This guy was just trying was in the process of being hacked. Somebody was just connecting to him and pushing one of the fraudulent APKs that roam around the internet on his device as all of this screen capture was going. Some random people watching watching YouTube, people playing games. You know, I mean, up until now, it's not that harmful, right? I mean, what can go bad? It can be. I mean, what are the hackers gonna do? Like use your CPU for mining time and see that you're watching Vikings? Well, how about porn? Yes. Zero privacy. If you're one of those devices, you've got zero privacy. Somebody can connect to it at any time and just use this as fresh ransom material. Or how about your messages that you're discussing with your loved ones or whatever, or just spying you while you're doing your, I don't know, actual human being stuff, trying to talk with your relatives, trying to, I don't know, use WhatsApp, and then here comes this jackass connecting to your phone and stealing sensitive information and your chat logs. And I had to do, I mean, that's when I knew that I had to do something. So I open sourced the honeypot, as I was telling you earlier, and I got fresh memes for, these were not made by me, these were made by some guys as a reaction to the honeypot being open source, which was like really, really, really wholesome. I mean, being kind of fresh in the InfoSec industry and basically piggybacking so much onto the knowledge that was shared with me by other people, I felt that I needed to give something back. So seeing a reaction to that, to this give back was just amazing. It was a really cool thing. open source, best. 10 out of 10 would do again. And yeah, it got the honeypot got integrated by the guys at Telecom into Teapot, which is really cool. You don't have to deploy it by yourself. You can just deploy Teapot, and you've got an ADB Honey instance running on by itself over there. The number of infected devices after I started evangelizing this decreased from more than 50K to 15K, and it even decreased more. This was last year. It decreased more this year to like 7K or something like that, but we'll get to that later. It keeps oscillating. Some interesting statistics. There is something wrong with June and July. Like, I'm not a really knowledgeable data science guy, but when the graph goes like this, it is bad, right? So we've got 2 spikes, one here and one here. And this was from last year. Lo and behold, the same spikes over here in June. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like the bad guys want to go on vacation, maybe, who knows? And yeah, they want to rake in some cash. Something really interesting is that they seem to have like a lower activity during the winter holidays. Maybe they just take time off. Being a malware guy, it can be hard, right? And taxing. Another interesting aftermath is that the number of devices keeps shifting up and down. For example, there were like 10,000 devices that were open on IPv6 a couple of months ago. Fortunately, in the meantime, somebody decided to shut that down. So the number dropped from 20K a couple of months ago to only 7K right now. And all of the IPv6 devices have pretty much gone in the dark. So somebody over there must have done something really well, and I thank him for that, because the botnet is still going strong. Even if you get infected, and even if you shut down your internet connection after that, or sorry, you put your device behind a net, you're still gonna get, you're still gonna mine for that guy and try and spread the malware basically. But at least we are seeing like a downward trend. And without further ado, follow me on GitHub for my latest project. I have some really cool stuff that I'm gonna be releasing soon. And follow me on Twitter for all the fresh memes. Thank you, guys. And thank you, the guys at Android Security Symposium, for having me.
Okay, thanks, Gabriel, for this animated, very meme-powered presentation. We're ready for another round of Q&A. There are 2 people in Zoom still raising their hands. I don't know whether or not you would like to ask questions, or maybe this is from your questions regarding Android development before. Claudia, do you want to ask a question? Okay, I don't think so. So if there are any questions, please just type them into the program, the one Q&A in MetaMost. Well, almost all of the questions I prepared during the first half of your speech, you actually answered in the second one. It seems that most bots you detected have their main focus on mining cryptocurrencies. Is that correct? Or
Yes.
did you find malware which tries to do anything else in particular?
Oh, it's mainly ad fraud and cryptocurrency. They are still exploring the ad fraud part, but the cryptocurrency is there to stay. They are mining like crazy.
Okay. Is mining on Android hardware, well, potentially, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Well, when when it's not your device, any kind of mining is financially useful. You just need to find a reasonable amount of devices. I've seen people trying to mine on even a lower number of devices, like 1K, for example.
Okay.
And yeah, and it still rakes some profit for them.
Well, obviously they wouldn't do it otherwise, I guess.
Yeah.
There is another question from René, who asks, what's the plan B or C or D on recovering or resetting the honeypot when attackers manage to compromise the next level?
Oh, there is no next level. It's completely non-interactive. I mean, it's interactive, as in it responds to the various packets, like lower level packets that are being sent, because you just can't like make a handshake and then send a command. No, you need to like follow that protocol. So the whole ADB, I implemented the whole ADB protocol from the ground up, and the payload is just downloaded in a file, and the shell command is outputted to a text file. That's it. I mean, unless they find some kind of exploit in the honeypot in Python where they can do some shenanigans, there is no second level.
Okay, I guess that answers it. We have another question from Paul, who tells you you did a good job on your talk. Have you seen any malware from another source that attempts to turn on ADB over Wi-Fi? He also says he assumes that white hats can find these devices, ADB connect and disable ADB over Wi-Fi while connected, so that's some sort of the drop.
From my knowledge, the ADB, so the connection is permanent, like built in from the hard. So even if you disable it right now, when you reboot your device, it's gonna be re-enabled. I can't recall for sure. It depends on from vendor to vendor, but I've seen one that did that. And this is one of the issues that I've noticed. It's a bit harder to patch it. Yeah, and to answer the first question, I haven't seen any malware trying to open ADB connections. And we're talking about Android malware like Google Play malware and stuff like that, or side channel malware, third-party malware. They don't do that. They either go like they wiggle their way through ADB, and they do all of their shenanigans, or you download them from a marketplace, whatever, and they just stay in the context of that device and don't do anything cross-channel.
Okay, thanks. Another question from Vikas. He asks, do you know what kind of devices are these, like a list of devices? Do you notify the vendors to fix it?
The list is really big. I tried at some point I tried doing some recon, but the configurations that came were very diverse and colorful, and yeah, what can I say? Just gave up. It was basically whack-a-mole, because you would try to, let's say that you found a vendor, but then the next day you had like this other vendor, like the IPv6 guys that I was telling you about. They are some kind of DVR company from Brazil, and they just pop them overnight. They spread everywhere, like just like that. Fortunately, I'm trying like a more proactive approach. So I'm trying to speak about this and to raise awareness, hoping that this kind of knowledge will spread as much, like go right to the guys actually making this stuff and getting them informed, and fortunately shutting down ADB.
Okay, we'll see if that works. Hopefully it does. Okay. I do have a last concluding question, a more general one. So speaking of pushing system upgrades, especially devices like TVs have a notoriously bad track record for not being taken care of after manufacturing them, as far as I know, much worse even than it is the case with some smartphone manufacturers. So do you have the impression that companies which are using Android for devices other than smartphones care significantly less about the security of their devices?
I don't think that care would be the correct verb. I would say that they just don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, let's say that you're making TVs and all of a sudden there's this requirement from the management. Hey guys, you need to make a smart TV. Yeah, but we need to like release in a couple of months. We don't care. It has to be smart. So then you have devs just rushing and bolting things together. And I mean, I know because I've been in that situation. I've written some bad code and I feel guilty about it. So
okay.
I think that this is happening. It's a leitmotif in our industry.
Yeah, from what I know, I'm afraid you're right about that. Okay, it seems like there aren't any questions left to be answered. So thank you very much once again, Gabriel. Thank you very much for your talk. And now it's time for just another break, the last one for today. And afterwards, which is in, if my clock's correct, exactly 19 minutes, we will start the very last talk of today, which is Serge Egelman, which will tell us about the 50 ways to leak your data. That's the correct title. An exploration of apps, circumvention of the Android permission system. So this also sounds very, very promising. See you in now 18 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we've already come to the final talk of today. It has the very promising title, 50 Ways to Leak Your Data, an exploration of apps, circumvention of the Android permission system, and is held by Serge Egelman. Serge is the research director of the Usable Security and Privacy Group at the International Cybersecurity Institute, ICSI, which is an independent research institute affiliated with the University of California, Berkeley. He also holds an appointment in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Sciences, and he is the CTO and co-founder of AppSenses, a company performing on-demand privacy analysis of mobile applications, which they call privacy analysis as a service. Serge is going to talk about how Android application circumvents the system's permission model in order to gain access to protected data without the user's consent, which is something that shouldn't happen at all, obviously. So welcome, Serge. We're pleased to have you here, and we are ready for your talk.
Thanks for having me. Let me open this up to the screen sharing. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. We hear you. Everything is fine.
Great. Okay, so yeah, thanks for the introduction. I'm Serge Egelman, and this is work that my research group has been performing over several years and with a bunch of others at other institutes. So we've been looking generally at the Android permission system for a couple years now in terms of what users understand about what they're granting to apps, and basically looking at from the user perspective in terms of how can we design better controls for end users. And so everyone's probably familiar with the existing permissions dialogues. So now there's this the runtime permissions on both Android and iOS. Originally when Android first came out, there were a list of permissions you would get at install time, and the problem with that is that it lacks context. Most people who are using an app don't really have any idea of how location data or microphone data or any of that might be used, but by having the runtime prompts, that gives some additional context, such as you were doing something such as clicking a button to find stuff near you, and therefore the app asks for the GPS location. So in that situation, there's the contextual information that makes the permission request a little bit easier to understand, especially if you're trying to determine whether or not the data access is appropriate. So, this is now pretty, widespread. It allows users to allow or deny access. And it supports this notion of notice and choice, which is sort of the governed privacy regime in most countries, where users are presented with disclosures and then can make an informed decision. So the question that we were looking at is, does this actually work in practice? So from the several years of research looking at Android security generally, my group and then another group doing research at ICSI have been looking at instrumenting various parts of the OS, as well as creating tools to help us look at traffic to try and figure out what apps are actually doing with data. So my group for several years has maintained a fork of Android where we have instrumentation so that we can monitor every time an app tries to access data that's protected by the permission system, such as accessing the location data or the call logs, any of that stuff. So there are several places throughout the OS where when data is accessed through the Android API, that triggers a permission check, and then the OS checks to see whether the app has been granted that permission before deciding whether or not to share the data through the API. And so that's our goal is to monitor when those APIs are actually called. In parallel, there was this other project going on at ICSI called Lumen, which is a user space traffic monitor that does TLS interception via the VPN interface. And so by combining these two tools, our instrumented build of Android and a network monitor that allows us to do deep packet inspection, we can start looking at, what data goes to which parties, answer specific questions about specific data types, such as, which parties, share location data, what types of persistent identifiers are collected, are they shared across apps, stuff like that. And so in using these tools, we basically had to build a workflow to build data sets. And so the first step obviously is downloading lots of Android apps. We have a scraper that we've been using from the Play Store, as well as various other sources of Android APKs. Obviously step 2 is then running those apps to see what data they access using the system instrumentation, and then where it goes using the network instrumentation. And then we can see exactly what personal data was accessed and where it was sent. And so the first problem, obviously, is the apps need to actually be run so that we can see what code gets executed and what that code actually does. Generally, this is thought of as a human task. And so to start out, we hired a couple students to play a bunch of games so that we can examine basically just the code coverage for normal use of apps. People playing, what sort of code coverage can we get? And then we compared that with the exerciser monkey. So the exerciser monkey is a tool that basically it's for fuzzing the UIs of Android apps. It generates random clicks, swipes, and so forth. And so we compared that with the undergrads, and we actually found that the exerciser monkey got equivalent code coverage for about 60% of the apps that we tested. And so that led to us building what is essentially a click farm. We now have about 50, 60 devices that are running apps. And this is all part of a whole pipeline. So we have, at the heart is the test bed, which is basically just phones running our custom, build of Android with all of the instrumentation. We feed it apps from an app repository that we're maintaining, and then we feed that, both simulated user actions and real user actions, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. That goes into a results database, which basically shows what data was accessed by apps and what host names received it. And then we post that online. We have a website where you can search for apps, and we've been working the past year building an API for all of this. So, you can go to search.appcensus.io. This is basically our collection of free apps that we've been monitoring. It shows, what various apps do. This site is actually in a state of flux because we've been working the past year on the back end. So we now have a set of tools where instead of the monkey, we now have a remote desktop feature where we can actually just play apps within the browser. And so that's what we've been doing for the startup. We have, testers in one place who just use the browser to play apps, and the phones can be located anywhere in the world. And so to, just give an example of, what we see internally, we have maps of data flows, and we flag various things such as, abuse of the permission system or exfiltration of certain other types of data that are prohibited by policies and so forth. And so right now, this is all what we see internally, and it's, we're dog fooding it, but eventually this, this part is going to be open to the public. So what have we been using this for? So one of the things is uncovering deceptive practices, and that's a large part of this talk. But there are a few other things, which I'll get to a little later. So, when we talk about security, often, we have security mechanisms that we put up, and obviously those security mechanisms are only effective insofar as users can't get around them. And, we see this both, online in terms of computer security, but also in the physical world too, right? When security barriers are put up, if there's an easy way around the security barrier, people will do so. So specifically, we want to look at side channels. So, a side channel is, where you have, say, an app that tries to access data that might be protected by a security mechanism, such as the Android permission system. The issue is if there's a way around that security mechanism, such as getting access to the same data that's stored in a different place that's not protected by the permission system, that's known as a side channel. Covert channel is a similar thing where you have an access control mechanism and you have, one app that has permission to access the protected resource, and then you have another app that doesn't. Well, if the app that doesn't have access is able to communicate with an app that does have access, then, that's another way of evading the security mechanism. So using our instrumentation, we started searching for evidence of side and covert channels that were occurring. And then the goal was to figure out, what those channels are and how they're being used exactly. And so to give an, I guess, more detailed overview of how the instrumentation works, we have this app corpus. We can then, feed the apps through the static analysis, parts to look at what data apps have permission to access. So what permissions are listed in the manifest file. But then we can also add in the dynamic analysis to look at what apps, what data those apps are actually accessing in practice with the instrumentation code, as well as then where they actually send it. So we can then compare these two sets. So for instance, we can see, which apps are allowed to, access a certain type of data, and then which apps are sending that out. And if we, subtract those to look at what apps are sending data out but didn't have access to it, then we consider those apps that cheat. And so these are all operations that we can do automatically using our test bed. What happens then, though, is when we see apps that cheat, now it becomes a matter of reverse engineering to figuring out, you have to figure out how they're doing it. And this is largely a manual task. And so let's take a look at how this works. So we have two sets here. So we have the apps that don't have the location permission, and then we have apps that are transmitting location data. So these are, pretty easy queries for us to do on our database. And, we did this about a year ago and found there were 1,300 apps that were transmitting location data without the location permission. And so, that obviously the intersection of these two sets should be null. These should not be overlapping. But in fact, they are, and that suggests the presence of either side channels or covert channels. And so once we, uncover the existence of one through the reverse engineering, we can then do that. We can then generate a fingerprint for that particular chunk of code that was violating the permission system. And then once we have a fingerprint for the code that that's the exploit, it's just a matter then of searching our entire database again for existence of that. And we might uncover situations where there was an app that was granted permission to access certain data. It transmitted that data, and so we didn't flag it as a potential side channel, but the code existed, and that's because during testing, the permission was granted. And what that means is during testing, if the permission was not granted, or if a user would use the app under different circumstances and not grant the permission, then that suggests that the app has the potential to exploit the side channel instead. So looking at a few of these, a lot of them came down to sensitive data that's protected by the Android APIs, and the permission system that's available elsewhere outside of the Android APIs and therefore not protected by the permission system. One source for a lot of this information is the proc file system. So proc is a virtual file system. It stores lots of information about the hardware of the device, the running processes, and so forth, including sometimes contents of memory. It also includes networking information such as the ARP table. So if you open up procnet ARP, that up until the most recent version, I believe in 10 this was fixed. Procnet ARP was readable, is world readable. So any app can open that, and that has the MAC address of the upstream Wi-Fi router. Now, the BSSID, or the MAC address of the upstream router, that can potentially leak location data, because those tend to be in fixed places. There are many public databases that map the MAC addresses to GPS coordinates. And so that's why, for several versions now, accessing the BSSID was governed by the location permission. But obviously that's all out the window if it's world readable on the file system. So one of the SDKs that we found doing this looked pretty blatant. So here what's happening is this is a decompiled SDK. It calls this function is permission granted, which as the name indicates, checks to see whether the permission was granted to the app. In this case, it's the access Wi-Fi state permission, which also governs the BSSID. And so if the permission was not granted, it then calls this, it jumps to this line and calls this function called get device MAC address from ARP. And here you see it opening procnet arp, reading the value from there. And what's happening here is this is pretty explicit, right? It first checks to see whether it's it's able to get the data through the allowed way through the Android API, and then only failing that does it then exploit this side channel to get the data anyway. And this is actually pretty pervasive. So we found lots of apps that had the code to do this, and many of these apps correspond to billions of installs. So these are SDKs, but it shows the number of apps that they're in and then the total number of installs for those apps. Another vulnerability that we looked at that was actually being exploited is using the universal plug and play protocol. So this is designed to help with configuring new Wi-Fi routers that are added to a home network, but it also leaks information about devices. So we found at least one app that was just directly opening up a socket to the upstream router. So this, just getting the information about the device's IP address is not something that was considered sensitive, but knowing the IP address, you can attempt, .1, try .1 on the network, or even, if you get the router, the routing table directly, and then it opens up a socket to that router. And then using the UPnP protocol, it queries the BSS ID and then shares it with lots of other servers. Another one that we found was also using the shared file system. So here's Baidu, which is in a ton of apps. So Baidu checks to see whether the app that it's in has been granted permission to access the IMEI, which is a hardware-based persistent identifier that's not easily reset. So what happens is if an app has Baidu and has been granted access to the phone state and identity permission, which governs the IMEI, it then saves that data to the file system. And we found that the Baidu apps with this permission were writing this file, and it looks like base 64. Unencoding it, we get binary data, and so at that point we started tracing through the program to figure out what's actually writing this. And here what we found was keys in code, bad practice but not surprising. And using this key, we're able to easily decrypt what was being stored. And in fact, what was being stored was the IMEI and the device ID, which I think was the hardware serial number. And so it stores this to the file system so that when an app that has Baidu in it runs and doesn't have access to the IMEI, that app will then just check this known location on the file system to see if an existing app on the device has already written this file containing the IMEI. And so we found 153 apps that had this encryption key embedded in them. Of those, half sent, almost half sent the IMEI. Now, what this means is, during dynamic testing, especially when we're using the monkey, this is largely a stochastic process of what code gets triggered. And so it's possible that if the monkey played with the apps for a longer period of time, or if real users use this, there would be more occurrences of apps sending the IMEI. And of the ones that we did observe actually sending it, 20 of those didn't have the IMEI permission. But it's not limited to Baidu. So we found derivatives of this vulnerability, or of this exploit, in Salmon Ads, which is another advertiser and tracker. Baidu I mentioned, which is in a bunch of popular apps. Another one that we found is looking at native code. So Unity is in a ton of apps. We actually found over 12,000 apps that had code to transmit the MAC address, which is something that theoretically isn't readable by apps and hasn't been since Android 6. So starting in Android 6, when apps tried to access the MAC address, they get the string of 020000 and so on. But we noticed that apps were sending the real MAC address to Unity's servers. And it turns out that the reason here is that they were using ioctls in native C++ code, and with the native C++ code that that goes around the Android APIs, and therefore there aren't any permission checks on this. And so there are places on the system where you can still find the MAC address, and in this case, the ioctal is enough to return that. We actually found another one of these with the Wi-Fi MAC address being shared with apps just last week using a different exploit. We reported it to Google, and we're told that they're uninterested in fixing it. So GPS data. So we saw Shutterfly was flagged by our system as sharing GPS coordinates with their servers without holding the location permission. And this was because they were looking at EXIF metadata found in the photo library. So to access the photo library, you just need the permission that governs access to the shared file system where the photo library is saved. And so any app that has the read from the shared file system can open up the library to look at the photo metadata, which invariably will contain GPS coordinates, and invariably GPS coordinates of places what the user has been, probably sufficient to infer where they live exactly and maybe their other activities. And so all of these behaviors that are circumventing the permission system were due to the use of third-party SDKs. So the real takeaway here is in many of these cases, it's likely that the developers had no idea that, not only were their apps violating, Google's policies for, use of, certain types of user data, but they probably had no idea that any of this was occurring. But nonetheless, these app developers are still liable for it because it's code that they chose to bundle in their apps. They're releasing the apps with their name, and those apps, are violating these policies. But they might also be violating their own privacy policies if the developers aren't aware what data collection is actually, taking place. And so, looking at what the privacy behaviors are of an app is a lot more than just looking at what permissions were requested or whether SDKs were bundled. What matters is what's actually being sent. So, what we found is that the permissions really don't, play a complete picture. If an app, says that it's only declared these particular permissions, that doesn't necessarily mean that the app doesn't have access to those data types that are protected by those permissions. And so, app developers need to do a lot more to try and figure out what their app is actually collecting, when they're using third-party code. And so for, most of the ones that I've mentioned in here, we've reported those to Google and they've been fixed in Android Q, but I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. So, there are a lot of, software updates for security issues that happen over the air. There are hot fixes that come out, but not really the same with privacy. So, as much as they say that privacy shouldn't be a luxury good, that's very much what's happening here. If these bugs are only fixed in the bleeding edge, whereas 95% of users aren't using Android Q, 95% are on 9 and below, that's a problem because most of those users aren't getting the privacy protections that they think they're getting. So with the remaining time, I was going to go over some of the other fun things that we found during the course of doing this research. So we see a lot of obfuscations that appear in code. And again, this is all stuff that we see in SDKs. So here is a transmission from Chartboost. We can see this field marked identity. Does anyone want to? I mean, so, it's obviously that, this is just base 64. And what's being copied is the advertising ID alongside the device serial number, which is a violation of the ad ID policy that Google has for the platform. Here's another one. Does anyone want to guess what this is? It's hard to see any hands from this view, but you can see here that this looks like base 64, but it's not really. But the indication is if you try and decode this as base 64, it doesn't decode properly. And the key that we figured out was looking at the last two characters, the YE. For those of you who have looked at a lot of base 64, you'll know that when JSON objects are transmitted, they usually begin with EY, which is a opening curly bracket to denote a JSON object. And so this is what we refer to as the 46 ESAB encoding. Basically, they took they take all the data, they save it as a JSON object, and then they take the base 64 and flip it around so that it can't be easily decoded until you flip it around again. And once we know to do that from just looking at the underlying data, we can see that again it's transmitting stuff that it's not supposed to. Other weird stuff that we see, this I have no idea. This maybe this is just bad coding. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. But here they send the IMEI, then they send the MD5 of the IMEI, then the SHA-1 of the IMEI, then the SHA-256 of the IMEI, and same thing again with the Android ID. And what's interesting here is that not only do they, the reason why they're sending this twice as the MD5 and the SHA-1 is the function that sends this, it calculates the MD5 of the hex characters both as uppercase and lowercase. In the case of the IMEI, it's all numeric, so you get the same hashes. With the Android ID, that's not the case. There will be a difference, with uppercase versus lowercase, and so they collect them all. Why they do that when they're also collecting the unencoded data and could be hashing it backend to on the backend to figure out if they're matching it elsewhere from hashes? I have no idea. Another thing is, keys and source that I mentioned. We see this a lot of the time. So yeah, I guess there's not really much more to say about that. Bad keys and source. This was a fun one. So in the traffic, we saw a key name as locations. And we saw this string, which looks like base 64, but when you decode it, you don't get binary. These are all ASCII characters, which was an indication. And what we discovered, what was happening was that it was just XORing. And so what it's doing is it takes the location coordinates and XORs them with encryption key, encryption key, encryption key, and then XORs them with start app, start app, start app in LeetSpeak, where start app is the name of this SDK. There's incompetent sharing of PII is another thing that we've seen a lot of. So one thing when we first started this project, this was about 2 years ago, one of the things that came up was as a sanity check, I just did a search. I was looking for apps sharing lots of location data, and we found that CVS, which is a big pharmacy chain in the US, they have an app, and according to our instrumentation, it was sharing location data with 40 different third parties. My first thought when seeing this was, surely there's some bug with our instrumentation that, all of these companies couldn't possibly be collecting, user location data when using this app. But, in fact, it was correct. And it turned out what was happening was whatever, genius coded this app decided to add location coordinates to the user agent string. And because the app basically consisted of a whole series of web views, every time third-party content was loaded in one of these web views, it received the location data as part of the user agent string. And this was obviously a bug in the app. It shouldn't have been designed this way. And so I spent about an hour on their website trying to find a technical contact to email about this. And after an hour, I finally gave up and just sent an email to customer support pointing out the problem. And of course, I got this very nice, form email back saying we don't share data with anyone, which obviously was untrue. And so at this point, there wasn't, since I had exhausted all of the ways I could think of trying to alert CVS to the issue, I tipped off a journalist. And then when it became actually a news story, they then fixed the error. And so, this also, illustrates the importance of having, technical contact information available on your website. So I'll leave it at here and open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Serge. So I not only learned your name is pronounced Egelman, not Egelman, sorry for that, but I also,
that's fine.
but I also came to know that 46 ESAP is a thing apparently. This was quite funny. So we're up for the final Q&A session of today. So please don't hesitate to ask whatever you like to know. We already have 2 questions in the chat. The first one is from René, who asks, have you seen those SDKs you talked about adapt their behavior now that newer Android versions block access to procnet, to the procnet directory and other such channels that were previously possible?
That's a very good question. We're certainly monitoring for that. I don't think we've collected enough data to really see if that's been impactful, because the fundamental issue is for 95% of Android users, that vulnerability still exists and it's still being exploited by lots of apps. And that's because the fix for it is in, I think it started in 10. And so, with that fix, only 5% of users have upgraded, because most Android users aren't buying a new phone every year so that they can get access to the most recent over-the-air updates. And so I think that's a big issue, is that the exploits that have been discovered and the vulnerabilities patched are still being exploited, right? Because it only goes to the bleeding edge. So it's a good question. It's something that we're looking for, but we're not really, seeing much of it yet, because there's so many other ways of collecting the same data.
Okay, thanks. Another question from René. Do you think that scoped storage will mitigate those side channels between apps in a sufficient manner? Or put differently, which other way would you, in the role of a malicious app developer, go on an Android version with scoped storage?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I mean, the short answer is yes. I think that scoped storage really solves this problem a lot. I think the big problem was that with shared storage, one, that gives apps a lot of power if they can read the entire shared file system, and if the shared file system is sort of the go-to place for apps to store stuff. So if apps are storing lots of sensitive data there, even if they're a perfectly benign app that isn't intending to exploit any of these things, by putting data on the shared file system, then they're a target for other apps that might have less benign intentions. And so the best thing, I think, is just having the scoped storage. I suspect that will solve a lot of it, but increasingly, again, we found some new findings last week that seem to all be due to native code. And I don't really have a good solution around that, other than moving a lot of these protections into the kernel. It seems, I haven't looked at the code directly, but like the proc file system fix, based on just playing around with that fix, I assume the way it was implemented is by looking at the kernel looking at the UID of who's trying to read from the proc file system, because when it's an app, it shows the file the file doesn't exist. Whereas if I using ADB, I can still see it. So I think there's a lot more that you could do with the kernel to look at what user IDs are reading from what files. So yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, let's hope that scoped storage will make things better in that regard. So we have a question from Daniel Thomas, who asks, is the problem with the privacy breach fixes that fixing them changes the potentially unofficial API and so requires a new API version? Is that a problem?
It's a problem, but I mean, isn't that I mean, that's the problem of using unofficial APIs to do things, right? I mean, if you're relying on exploiting a vulnerability to get the data that your app needs to function, that doesn't seem like a great long-term solution. Instead, maybe you need to then focus on only using supported APIs so that you don't find yourself in that situation.
I meant that the reason why they might not be backporting it is that they might be worried about it being a breaking change. I'm not suggesting that would mean that they shouldn't still do it, but I'm guessing that's the pushback from the backporting thing.
Sure, but so that's the calculation is, should we, if we fix this, developers are going to complain that their legacy code that was that wasn't using supported APIs is breaking. that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is, users actually get to control what data is accessed by their apps. And so, given those, those two trade-offs, it seems like, making it so that the permission system actually does what it says it does, and the controls actually, prevent the data from being accessed so that users can actually have a better understanding of what data is being accessed. It seems like that should be the priority, but it's not. So
I'm thinking that there was a remote code execution vulnerability that required a API change. And you had to wait for it didn't get backported. You had to wait for the upgrade, and you still had the remote execution until you changed your phone.
Right.
And so that fear of changing the API isn't just a privacy thing. Like, you can still have remote code execution that can live for ages because they're just afraid of breaking people's apps. They might have a different policy now, but that was the case.
No, sure. I mean, like, there's no doubt that some apps would break, but those apps are breaking. The reason why those apps would break is because they were using unsupported APIs for their functionality. And so, I mean, if the risk that developers took is coming back to them, that's kind of their fault. And instead, instead choosing to provide users with controls that don't actually work, that doesn't seem like it's an acceptable trade-off.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have a question. So you told us you compared the code coverage of UIMonkey with the actions of your students, and it was quite similar for 60% of the apps. So I asked myself, how much more code coverage did your undergrads get for the remaining 40% of the apps approximately? Much more, or is it neglectable?
I don't remember. I mean, so this was a specific type of app. That statistic was when we were looking at games. That's how this initially started. So one thing I didn't talk about in this talk was, one of the first uses for this infrastructure was testing kids apps, because that's actually one of the few areas in the US where there actually is, privacy law. And so we wanted to see whether apps that were marketed to children were obeying the children's privacy law in the US. And so for children's apps, we got pretty good coverage because those apps are a lot simpler. The reason why we've shifted to doing this, the remote desktop solution, we're also doing some work that we haven't published yet to try and improve the monkey. But by and large, for any sort of complicated app, the monkey isn't a great solution. That said, it captures a lot of the stuff that we're interested in because, again, most of the stuff that we're finding is due to third-party SDKs that have been bundled with the app. And in many cases, those SDKs start transmitting, all of the personal data that they're going to transfer as soon as you run the app. So not in response to any particular user input. Obviously that changes when it starts serving ads. The user clicks on those ads, and there's a whole, attribution chain, and lots of other third parties get contacted. But by and large, most of the SDKs that are bundled communicate personal information to their servers, at time 0. And so that's why the monkey, for many purposes, is actually sufficient. But the monkey is very stupid, and so
it is.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Another question, do you think ioctls or let's say native C++ calls in general may be used for even more questionable techniques like what you show us for getting the MAC address? I think it was the MAC address.
Yeah. So we found 2 just last week. One was gathering the BSS ID, another was gathering MAC addresses. Those weren't ioctls, but they were other Java APIs that were, being used outside of the permission system. So the data was available in some, other Java APIs that weren't protected. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this out there, right? So we find stuff, new stuff like this all the time.
Yeah, if you do, I hope you tell us next year if there is another symposium next year. Okay, I guess that's it regarding questions, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you very much again. Thank you very much to all the speakers and of course the audience to follow this symposium and push the discussion. And of course, René and Michael for having me moderate this great event. And I guess that's the time where I hand over to Michael and René once again.
Thank you, Eric, for this great moderation of the day. And also, I would really like to thank all of you speakers today for handling this kind of new situation for us and probably also for you doing the virtual presentations. We had some hiccups at times. All of you reacted in a great way. I was really impressed how well everything worked. Thank you very much for that. And with this, I would like to hand over to René.
Well, I only have two announcements to make. The first one is, are we online? The first small announcement is that if you are already logged into the Mattermost chat, into our virtual conference venue, please do check the introductions channel. There is a great number of self-introductions in there, and I'm pretty sure that many of you have good overlap between the topics that you're interested in. Please use this virtual conference venue also to network. Use those introductions, the self-introductions, to find people who you would like to meet, who you would like to talk to, and just direct message them, get in contact through any means. That has worked well for other virtual conferences that we have attended, and I would like to just make you aware, all of you aware of that possibility. And second, since tomorrow we will only have a few words in the morning for the opening, we expect to start a little bit late, so we don't start at the hour at sharp itself. We don't start at 14 o'clock here at Austrian time, but we will probably start 5 to 10 minutes later with a shorter opening and then move on time into our program for 15 minutes after the clock. With that, thanks again for this first, I think, very successful day. As organizers, when the first day is over, lots of the stress is already falling away. This is happening to us now, as you can see. So with that, have a good evening, have a good night, have a good afternoon, and see you tomorrow.